we're going to be back to get that going today.
Any changes in the team?
Only one change. We have Tynetta McCoy in, Kimberly Anthony out.
Go well today.
Thanks. I'm batting.
Any changes in the team today, Brittany?
Yes, we have two changes. We have Tanisha Isaac back in the team, and also Shanice Pascal, who's recovered good from injury. Alexander and Mitchell is out today.
Thank you. Go well today.
Yes, thanks.
Well, the news is that the Leeward Islands has won the toss and is going to be batting first.
Thank you very much and welcome to the final round match in this City United Women's Super 50 Cup. It's Leeward Islands playing against Trinidad and Tobago at Warner Park in St. Kitts. And we can tell you that the Leewards won the toss again. I think the captain has won all 5 of the tosses. And again, she is elected to bat. And so the Leewards will bat first against Trinidad and Tobago. These are the 2 bottom place teams in this competition. Trinidad and Tobago yet to register a point, yet to register a win. And the Leewards, they have registered 2 bonus points, but they are also yet to register their first win in the competition. In the last game, they made 255 against Barbados and lost. Those runs were chased down by Barbados. And so the Leewards would be looking to bat first again today and looking to see if they can repeat a performance that can see them get a big score on the board. For Trinidad and Tobago, we can tell you that they have made 2 changes to their lineup. And out of today's game are Alexander, Mitchell, and Samaru. Those are the 3 players who are out. And for the Leewards, there is 1 change. Kimberly Anthony picked up an injury, and so she's out of the lineup for today. The Leewards will start with Shabani Bashkar on strike. And she will be facing up to Kanisha Isaac, who is bowling from the Lozak Road end. Short delivery down the leg side. And they'll get a leg by as it was missed by Bakshar, who was trying to pull it into the onside. So we are on the way. Final round game here from Warner Park in St. Kitts. We can also tell you that Jamaica, who have already secured the championship, are playing against Guyana, and Barbados are playing against the Windwards. And here is the first wicket going down for the Leewards, that of Saxena, who was getting the delivery wide of the off stump and played much as she Saxena has this very pronounced movement across the off stump, cover all the stumps, and then was playing at the delivery, which was perhaps another 3 stumps away. And so not a good start for the Leewards. Great start for Trinidad and Tobago, 1 for 1. points table at the start of this, the final round. Jamaica 24, 14 to Barbados, 13 to Guyana, 10 to the Windwards. Two to the Leewards and 0 to TNT. Single from the final delivery of the over. Leewards are 2 for 1. Sue Grimm is the new bowler from the media center end and will be bowling to Shawnisa Hector. Slip has come out and gone to mid-wicket. End of a maiden over, 2 overs completed. Leewards are 2 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Leg, please. The middle. Thank you.
Misfield will allow at least a single as it runs down close to the backward point boundary area. Single to Bashkar to take on to 2. Leewards is 3 for 1. Full delivery, play down backward of square for 6. And so Hector is taking the score to 7. Overs completed, 3 overs completed. Leewards a 9 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, that's middle. Cameron.
Consecutive maiden overs by Sugrim. The Leewards are 9 for 1 after 4 completed overs. two fielders out, one at third and the other at long on. Isaac is bowling to Shawnisa Hector. Short delivery, played down just wide of the fielder at slip, and will go down to the boundary for 4. It was in the air, it was to her right, and it went quickly. And so 4 runs to Hector to take on to 11, 13 for 1, but flirting with danger. Driving down to mid-on, she'll get a single, and that will take on to 12. Seven runs in the over so far, 1 delivery left. Leewards won the toss and decided to bat 16 for 1. We're in the 5th over. Helped into the onside, just forward of square. And they'll have a single to finish the over. So the score moves on to 17 for 1. 5 overs completed. Here's the second wicket going down for the Leewards. Dismissal again, unforced error. The Leewards in further trouble. They're 17 for the loss of 2, and we're in the 6th over. It down to the vacant third man, and it crashed into the off stump. So she has gone, and the Leewards are in further trouble. 17 for 2, having won the toss and decided to bat.
Left arm coming round.
Rennie's Boyce, who previously played for Trinidad and Tobago, has come to the crease. Three overs bowled by Sue Grimm. She is yet to concede a run, and she has picked up a wicket. And so she has sent down 18 dot balls in the 3 overs. The Leewards are 17 for 2.
Keep going, ladies. Keep going. Keep going. Come across the arm on it. Move, move. Let's work. Let's work.
New bowler from the Lozak Road end. Ram Harak has come into the attack. Turned into the onside. There was Boyce hesitating for a moment. Hector knew that that was going to be a single. They had it in the end. And so Hector's moved to 14. Leeward's 18 for 2 in early trouble. Ram Harak is bowling from around the wicket with a right arm spin. Turned into the onside. Hector wants a single. Boyce says no. pulled into the onside. Bad delivery, badly lined, drifting down leg, and Boyce was inside of a wicket. Score moves on to 23 for 2, the Leewards. Boyce is on 4, Hector is on 14. Again drifting down the leg side. This time Boyce misses out, but the umpire has called and signaled a wide. Score moves on to 24 for 2. We're in the 7th over. Now we see a change in the field. Long on has come up into the circle, and backward square has gone back towards the boundary. End of over number 7. Leewards batting first, 24 for the loss of 2 wickets. Short delivery, pulled down to mid-wicket. There's a fielder on the boundary and she overruns it. And it spins past her to Hector moves on to 18. It's 28 for 2, the Leewards. We're in the 8th over. Using a feet is Hector, and playing across the line of the delivery. Misses it, spins into her pads. She remains on 18. Single to Hector to take her on to 19, and the Leewards at 29 for 2. Boyce is defending the last delivery of the over. So an over in which we saw 5 runs coming from the bowling there, and first runs coming from the bowling of Sugrim. Leewards after 8 at 29 for the loss of 2. Good morning, Troy Mills. How are you?
Good morning, Carlisle. I'm blessed, highly favored, and giving thanks. Thank you. What about you?
I am excellent. Leewards winning the toss again. Perfect record, 5-0.
5-0 for the skipper. I don't know if she plays the lottery, and I'm hoping that she's dealing with Daffabet, one of the sponsors here for the CG 50 over Super Women. It doesn't get any better. 5 tosses you're called correctly, and wanting to build on the performance from a batting perspective from last game. All 4 matches here before yielding more than 200 runs for the team batting first. So Leewards would hope that they can continue the batting form from last game, where they were able to make 255, but unsuccessfully defended that.
Looks like a change of bowling from the far end, and it's Ramnath who is bowling from the Lossacrote end. And here is Hector jumping down the pitch, having a wild swing at this one and being easily stumped, gifting another wicket away. She seemed very impatient at the start of the inning this time around. She's out-stumped, and so the Leewards are in further trouble. 29 for the loss of 3, with their top batter so far in the tournament gone.
And that is something that they would not have wanted, the Leeward Islands. They would have wanted her to bat, and perhaps bat down to the end of these 50 overs. That is, bat another 41 overs or thereabout. But that was not to be. And the Leewards in dire straits at 29 for 3 after just 8.3 overs. And the Samara Ramnath, I think that's the 16-year-old, 15-year-old. Sixteen-year-old. And one would have thought that from a cricket point of view, you stay, look at the bowlers, but really running down the track, jumping down, perhaps having a date, we don't know. And I'll say giving her hand away, Carlisle.
She's a professional, played in Australia this season. You don't like to see people losing their wickets like that. I mean, you were not here to see Saxena. I'll tell you about it, and that of Bashkar as well. Saxena, you know, has this very pronounced movement across the crease. She went across, covered all her stumps, played at a delivery and missed it. The next delivery was a repeat, save for the fact that she touched it and was out caught.
And Saxena, she was looking very good from the last match.
Didn't look good today, though. Bashkar was attempting to play a delivery down to third man. Missed it completely, off stump, knocked out. And then you saw the wicket of Hector. 3 unforced errors.
And the coaching staff for the Leeward Islands will not be happy by any means. This is really, we've heard about battle of the bulge when it comes to war. We've heard about battle at the top. But this is battle at the bottom, dare I say. Leewards in 5th with 2 points. Trinidad and Tobago in 6th, still on a comb, as we say colloquially, yet to get a point.
Leanne Kirby has come into the bowling attack and will be bowling to Renice Boyce. Short delivery, swung into the onside. There's a fielder down on the boundary, so they'll have a single. And the Leewards move to 30 for 3. Final over of the power play.
And Trinidad and Tobago at this chance will definitely be fancying 4 points in the first instance. Any bonus point will be coming from the fact of them scoring in excess of 4.4 runs per over while chasing.
Played into the offside by Amanda Edwards. They'll get a couple as it's pulled back just inside the boundary down at extra cover. So the Leewards will move to 32 for 3 and Edwards is off the mark on 2.
The batters for Leewards, they have been showing confidence, sound defensive technique. I think one of the areas they'll definitely have to work on is the running. They basically just strolled those 2 runs. Ball going just about 7 inches from the boundary. Had they run that first one hard, maybe to put some pressure on the fielder, they may have gotten a third.
Well, Boyce is the one who would have had to come back to the danger end. Short delivery, pulled into the onside. This will be 4. Dropped in short, and Amanda Edwards was pulling firmly and played.
In control of that shot all along the carpet.
Let's move, let's move, let's move.
And the Leewards will be hoping these 2 really see them home to the end. After having 3 half centuries and a 46, as the umpire signals the end of the power play, one would have thought the batters would have been looking to build on those half centuries.
Troy, cricket is a game that is played on the day. Any runs you made in a match before, in an inning before, on a day before are of no value for starting your day's play and starting a new match and a new inning.
I am thinking the Leeward Islands would have gotten out of the mental place they were, not being able to defend 255, their highest ever score, virgin territory as it were. And you're correct, a new day, new start, new everything. You have to forget about everything that happened in the past game. The Trinidad and Tobago team, their tails on their backs.
Wide delivery down the onside, and Boyce misses a pull shot. Score progresses by 1 courtesy of the wide. It's 37 for 3 and resulting in a change. The slip comes out and goes to mid wicket, and mid wicket goes down to mid wicket on the boundary, and backward square comes to forward of square comes to backward square on the boundary, and then the fielder who was at fine leg goes to short backward square.
There's a backward point, the player just forward of point, cover mid off, and long on mid wicket. A mid wicket deep on the boundary. A fielded backward of square just by the umpire. And another deep backward square on the boundary.
Good fielding there by the fielder at cover. as it was punched firmly. And she was coming to her left, tumbling, nice save, end of 11, 37 for 3. Troy, I tell you something, having sat in the dressing room or on the bench for a lot of years as a manager, one of the things you learn about cricket, about team management, is that some of your best skills are your skills in man management. Nowadays you say woman management, you know, because you have to be able as a coach, as a manager, to analyze the situation, know your players, know what makes them tick, know when to pull them back, know how to give them advice, and how to get them to respond to the advice that you give.
Indeed, Carlisle.
Have to know when to talk hard, when to talk softly, when not to talk.
You're sounding like a poet.
Good shot. Hit straight over the head of the bowler, but there's a fielder down at long on. And so she'll get a single, Edwards. And that will move on to 7. The Leewards are 38 for 3.
I believe when it comes to, I'll use the example teaching, there are 20 students in the class, and you absolutely need to have 22 different ways of saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that to say when you're dealing with 11 players, you probably have to have, on the field that is, 13 or 14 or 13, 12 ways of dealing with them, trying to get the same message across, because different people react differently to the same thing. And in terms of
short delivery, down the leg side, called wide, missed by the keeper. And this will run into the boundary for 4. So that will add
a few. And that has been one area the female product here in the West Indies will have to work on.
she has changed to around the wicket. Boyce is turning it around the corner. There's fine leg. So no runs. Ramharak is back into the attack.
I like the fact that she has changed around the wicket. Quite often we have said that bowlers need to change.
Steer down to third man. They should get a couple. Boyce is running hard and turns as it's picked up inside the boundary. So 2 more runs to make it 45 for 3.
One thing we haven't seen, I dare say any of, is bowlers bowling a little behind the popping crease, keeping the ball in the air a little longer.
Turns it into the onside. Those boys, she'll get a single. Score 46 for 3. Boyce played with Trinidad and Tobago up to last season. So she would know these players, as she's from Trinidad as well. And she would she would have played with them, she would know them, and so would have a good idea as to how to approach a cricket.
There's always going to be the debate when you're playing, in this case, boys from Trinidad and Tobago playing against Trinidad and Tobago. Obviously, she's expected to give 100% for Leewards. But what is happening within the heart? If we look at football, when players score against their former clubs, they don't necessarily have that elaborate celebration, if they do at all.
But they don't not score. They still want to score.
Exactly. So here, boys will want to make a 50 in the first instance, and she will want to win the match.
I tell you what, your nationality, your place of birth will not change. But when you look at the figure in your bank account, you say, well, I'll represent who is paying me. So, and we give your very best.
And Leeward's not in contention here. Neither Trinidad and Tobago for the $20,000 for the winner of this championship, which unofficially Jamaica would have walked away with.
Yeah, nobody can catch them. The next best is on 14 points. And there are only 6 points on offer in each game. 4 for the win and 2 bonus points. Short delivery, and fielder at forward square should have done better. She made a hash of it, and it went through for backward square to tidy up. Boyce moves on to 9 from her 23. 47 for 3, the Leewards.
And that's another area of improvement, the fielding. We've seen some fielders giving away ones when there should not have been any, giving away boundaries when there should have been one. So these are beautiful opportunities for the coaches to work on, not only at the national level, but in terms of the West Indies level, picking a West Indies team.
A lot of cricket being played around the region, Troy, because the first-class competition resumes. And so we can tell you that the Windwards playing against Trinidad and Tobago are 19 for 1. Jamaica women against Guyana, 40 for 1 Jamaica batting. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles in senior male against Barbados. Guyana, 23 without loss. Combined campuses are 24 for 1 against the Leewards. Short delivery, pulled firmly down to mid-wicket for 4. And Amanda Edwards has not missed out on that. Short inside the wicket and brought up a good-looking boundary. And she continues from where she left off in the last game. She was not out in the last game, having made a half century.
She's looking good, picking it up early, playing the shot firmly, chanceless, and we've seen a similar shot to a similar ball in the previous over. The ball rocketing through the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
50 for the Leewards has come up, 51 for 3 in 13 overs. Barbados women against Windwards. Windwards are 43 for 2. And so that's a roundup of all the scores that we have from around the region.
I think another area of opportunity, Carlisle, is the opening partnerships. We haven't been seeing a lot of very strong opening partnerships. You just, in the scores throughout the Caribbean, male and female, 23 without loss. If I'm not mistaken, that might be the only partnership, opening partnership, that is unbroken.
Change of bowling again. Harry Charan.
In the heyday of West Indies cricket, when the opening pace bowlers were taken off, it's more pace and more pace. In terms of this Trinidad and Tobago team, it's more spin and more spin. Very rich fountain of spinners, Trinidad and Tobago. And with a 16-year-old spinner doing well, it is telling me that Trinidad and Tobago, they have found the formula for developing spinners.
Good shot. Short and pulled firmly down to backward square for 4 runs by Boyce. She just erred in the line a little bit, and Boyce was quickly onto it and swept it down backward of square for 4 runs.
Powerful cricketer is Boyce. She made no bones about that.
She has moved on to 13, and the score is 55 for 3.
Got into position early, played it well. And there was a valiant chase from the fielder back, just backward of square on the boundary. But she wasn't able to pick it up.
Very wide down the onside, called and signaled by the umpire. And so he is now 56 for the loss of 3. Short delivery, played back to the bowler. And Troy, one of the reasons I love working with our producer Dylan. He's on the ball, has the information, is not afraid to present it. This bowler is 15 years old.
And we're speaking about the fountain of spinners.
Turned around the corner by Boyce, and they'll just have a single. So one more to the total. It's 57 for 3. And so you were all excited about a 16-year-old. Well, now we have Brianna Haricharan, who is 15.
And I really compliment the Trinidad and Tobago board.
Short delivery played into the hands of the fielder down at mid-wicket. Short delivery, and Amanda Edwards was rocking on the back foot and played it a little bit from in front of her and picked out the only fielder down on the mid-wicket boundary. And so she has gone. Leewards in further trouble. They are 57 for the loss of 4.
And Amanda, she has been playing well on the ground. This time the 15-year-old Carlisle outwitting her, picking up a wicket. And Leeward's sinking further.
And what it means is that at the end of the first hour, when we take drinks, that the Trinidad and Tobago team can very well say to themselves, listen, we didn't win the toss, but we have won everything else. They've picked up 4 wickets, the 4 wickets to fall, and those are 4 important wickets. Leewards have lost the wicket of Saxena, caught at the wicket of Isaac for no score. Bashkar bowled by Sugrim for 4. Hector stumped off Ramnath for 19. And Edwards, the captain, just out of Haricharan for 11. Leewards are 57 for 4. And in more than a spot of trouble.
Quite a contrast to where they were in the game against Barbados. After 14 overs, 57 for 4, there was 73 for 1 against Barbados.
I'll tell you something, Troy. When you look at the Trinidad and Tobago team and the amount of youngsters that they have in the team coming through, I wouldn't at all be worried if I were Trinidad and Tobago and placing so low in the competition, because you can see that there is a plan for the future. With all of these youngsters, giving them experience now, and they, for the most part, look good. It means that they are building a team that will be able to compete. Look, for example, at Jamaica, who won the competition. There are a number of players who are well into their 30s and in their upper 30s as well. Same thing with Barbados.
I think Trinidad and Tobago, they are working towards winning this competition perhaps in 2026, 2027. If they were to win it before that, of course, they'll gladly take it. That'll be a bonus. But the point is, they're developing. They're phasing out the older players, so to speak, and introducing the younger ones. At 15 and 16, in 3 years, they'll be 18 and 19. And they would have had that experience at this level for 3 years. And this is telling me as well that the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 female team, they're going to be developing a strong team in the next few years. And that's one of the beauties about this tournament, Carlisle. The fact that we've seen quite a few teenagers on display. Anthony from the Leeward Islands, Cumberbatch and Campbell from Barbados. Examples. And the wicket keeper here for Trinidad and Tobago, Chanel Sa. She was in the team last year. She played here. Rennie Boyce was the keeper for Trinidad and Tobago. And now Rennie Boyce is keeping for the Leeward Islands. Sa has stepped up and has taken the gloves, and she's looking quite competent indeed. She effected a stumping.
Isaac from the far end, the Lozak Road end. And the bowls to Boyce. Wide delivery down the leg side. Leewards of 57 for the loss of 4. Jazara Claxton is the new batter. And I think she celebrated her 18th birthday yesterday, Jazara.
We say happy birthday to her. She would have liked to have celebrated it with a half century, but she just missed out by 4 runs. Perhaps this will be the day for it. And if there's any time the Leewards will need that half century and more from her, it will be today.
Keeping my eyes on the Leewards game in Trinidad against the combined campuses. Delivery turning to the onside. They have 1, and Boise says that's enough. So she moves to 15. It's 59 for 4. And I'm seeing 3 wickets down, but I'm not seeing who is the third batsman out. 44 for 3 is the score that I'm seeing in that senior men's game. I know Evelyn was out caught by Jamal Hamilton off Jeremiah Louis, and Puran was out caught by Cornwall off Colin Archibald for 18. I'm seeing those 2 out, but the scorecard is saying 3. We'll be following all the games around the region.
And if it's one thing we in the West Indies cannot be complaining about at this point is the lack of cricket. A lot of cricket happening. Men's cricket, women's cricket. And this is the final round of the CG 50 overs, being sponsored by CG United, Daffabet and Blue Waters. The winners walking away with $20,000 US, that is Jamaica. And the second place will be $10,000. And on the weekend, we'll be getting into the T20 Blaze.
Coaches just have to do a little bit of finishing work with Jazara Claxton. She doesn't quite move that front foot. The back foot comes across a bit, the front foot stays put. And so I'm sure that the coaches have seen this, plus they'll be looking at the footage. And that's not difficult to correct. One delivery left in the over, or is it? It's over completed, in fact. So 10 extras in the 15 overs. Leewards are 59 for 4.
And Jazara, when she goes forward, she looks good. But what we've observed from the last few matches is the movement of the feet, as you correctly mentioned. And as you've been pointing out, playing, standing upright and playing. And we are seeing Kirby being introduced from the media center end. 1 over 7 runs so far. Carlisle, we are seeing a thick cloud cover today at Warner Park. We've been blessed so far with 5 days, excellent days of cricket. Just the one match that was affected down at St. Paul's, but only 10 overs were lost, 5 overs per side.
Thick edge, and this one will run down towards the third man boundary. The fielder chasing around from backward square, can't make it, and so that's 4 runs, but a thick edge that time and evading the keeper.
I've heard that the edge is a part of the bat, and
It is.
you're not using the bat efficiently and effectively if you're not maximizing on the various parts. Some may argue that was, knowing that there wasn't any slip in place, it was a deliberate guiding of the ball down to the third man boundary.
Rain is at St. Paul's, so that game has been stopped. The covers are on. Here's a delivery which is bringing boys forward and defending. And St. Paul's is down in the countryside. We're at Warner Park and there's a very thick cloud cover. 63 for 4. Boyce is on 19 from 33.
Me and my big mouth Carlisle just say we've had so far in essence 5 lovely days, even except that one match being affected, and it's the same venue. St. Paul's about 14 miles west of Bastia. It has produced 2 leaders for this country so far.
Here is a delivery which is swung down towards the wide mid-wicket boundary by Boyce for 4. And again, it was in her hitting arc. And she was swinging lustily. And very clear of the fielder who is down there in a wider position. And so she moves to 23. The Leewards are 67 for 4. 1 delivery left in the 16th over. An over which has yielded 2 boundaries so far.
And once Boyce connects, it stays connected.
And she has looked very determined, this Rennie's Boyce. End of 16 overs, Leewards are 67 for 4. I tell you something, Troy, this has to do with more than just a game of cricket. It will have to do with bragging rights as well. She having played for Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure that they're still friends and that she will go to the dressing room and say hi to her former teammates. And she would want to go in there and feel good having done a good job.
And reversely, the team would like to get her out for as little as possible and say, hey, we were able to skittle you out. And it's all fun, all excitement, all in the good of the game. And she's out Jazara, and that will have to be classified as a stumping.
And this has to do with match awareness and game sense. You leave a delivery alone, you're batting out of your crease. For heaven's sake, you have to get back into your crease. Has to do with match awareness. You know, and Jazara, she's 18, she has been playing the game for a while. She ought not to be getting out like that. And I hope this is the last time that we see her getting out like this. I mean, easy leave alone. You're there rehearsing the shot. And you must remember, you have played it very well. Get back into your crease, for heaven's sake. And so she lost a wicket, and you put that down again. Another unforced error. And you say, listen, you cannot ever be caught unawares like that.
And conversely, it's good awareness by the wicketkeeper Shaw. And the Leewards in dire straits at the moment. .67 for 5. after 16.1 overs.
And the Leewards continue to stumble their way into further trouble, losing wickets at 1, 17, 29, 57, and 67. Saneldo Willett has come to the crease.
There was some concern whether or not she would have played this match.
She has not gotten a substantial score for the Leewards since last year when she was captain. And so this is as good a time as any.
And that is not going to happen today, Carlisle, because she is comprehensively bowled. We'll have to wait for another day for that another 50 over tournament. That was a beautiful ball.
And poorly played as well. Should have been forward and defending. She was jumping back and getting bowled all over the shop for no score. Leewards, 67 for 6.
Isaac picking up her second wicket. And he was really falling apart here today.
I think I'm going to have to stop coming when Saneldo is batting because I might be the bad luck. I've never seen her get a good score.
And she didn't field at all in the Barbados game. She didn't get a chance to bat. Only 5 wickets went down. And Tinetta McCoy, local girl. She played the first 2 matches. She was out and she's back in. Batting left. 1 slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. A cover. A third man. And the fine leg. Wicket first ball, dot ball second, wicket third ball, dot ball fourth. And Kanisha Isaac. She will no doubt remember this over. Could she come away with a maiden double wicket? .67 for 6. No doubt Trinidad and Tobago thinking about dismissing the Leeward Islands for less than triple figures. And no doubt they're thinking that it's going to be a very early day for them. Perhaps going to the beach. Leewards will have other ideas indeed. It's the end of a double wicket maiden over Carlisle for Isaac. 2 overs, 5 overs, 19 runs, 2 wickets.
And if you told Trinidad and Tobago that they would lose the toss but they would have the Leewards at 67 for 6, they would say we'll take that any day of the week and perhaps twice on Sundays.
And I suspect would Trinidad and Tobago have won the toss, they probably would have batted.
Tinetta McCoy is another player who has underperformed. You know, she when you step up on the big stage, she seems just to be a little bit timid, a little nervous, and does not have any scores of note. I've seen her bat. I know she can bat better, but she just has not produced either.
3.94 runs per over is the run rate.
That is not a problem. The problem is in the far column, the 6 wickets. Because at this rate, you can still get close to 200. But there are only 4 wickets in hand.
At this rate, the projected score 195, which most will argue will be extremely optimistic. McCoy, she has basically all day to bat. Would she be able to do that? We'll have to wait and see. Steffi Sue Graham, who has had 4 overs, 1 wicket, 5 runs before this. Left arm round the wicket is Sue Graham. Thick dark clouds lurking above. A very, very gentle breeze blowing westwards. The clouds seem almost stationary. McCoy achieving the first target. Carlisle getting off the mark. Taking 6 balls to do so. All the action, Carlisle, will be heading your way on the weekend. Starting tomorrow, the TDC sponsored inter-school championships. Charles E. Mills Secondary School will be going for another 8-peat. They have won this championship of all the high schools in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis for the last 7 staging. Were they to do that, it will be the second time that has been done by any team, any school, and SEMS would have done it twice. Jazara Claxton, she was an integral part of that SEMS Eagles team when she was going to the Charles E. Mills Secondary School. She has now graduated.
70 for 6, the Leewards. And you said heading my way tomorrow, but actually they'll be heading to Nevis on Saturday and Sunday. I think the field events are in St. Kitts on Thursday and Friday.
At the Kim Collins Stadium. And something is telling me, Carlisle, the biggest 2 days of inter-school championships we'll see in terms of spectator support will be Saturday and Sunday in Nevis.
Possible.
First time any part of it would have been held outside of St. Kitts.
There is normally a huge contingent coming down from Nevis for both, well, all 4 days. So you would expect that this year, with the championship being in Nevis, that you'll have that kind of a crowd plus.
And I agree with the plus part, because there are a lot of persons who would want to be a part of history. It will be history. And just going to the hands of the field at mid-wicket, Carlisle.
Was firmly struck. And it went high. Not too sure if the fielder realized how firmly it was struck. But she would have had to jump. If she had been a taller player, she would have had a better chance. Boyce moves on to 29. And the Leewards are 74 for 6.
She is looking good, Boyce. But she'll have to steady her. And no doubt enjoying herself. You could take the woman out of the country, but you certainly can't take the country out of the woman. But she will want to do well against her country ladies.
driving, getting the inner edge, and just rolls down to backward square for a single to bring up the end of the over. She will keep strike. 5 runs from the over. And the Leewards are 75 for 6. Rennie's Boyce is on 30 from 45.
Skewing that shot, Carlisle, but chances are, had she played it the way she wanted to, she may not have gotten a single. So once again, using all parts of the bat. Trinidad and Tobago team very much energized. Boyce and McCoy will have to bat. They have some 31 overs left in this inning. And were they to bat both of those 31 innings, chances are they'll be able to not only get a half century, but get a high into 70s, 80s, perhaps if they push it a little further, they could get a century. But at this stage, it may very well be wishful thinking. They'll have to survive this spin onslaught by Trinidad and Tobago. Skipper Brittany Cooper very pleased with herself at the moment, Carlisle. Losing the toss and in total command at 75 for 6 after just 19.3 overs.
Sugrim has been good. She's in a 6th over, 1 for 8. And Boyce has been very patient. She has been selective and she has defended well. She knows that 6 wickets are down, and she also knows that there are lots of overs left. We're just in over number 20. Sweep in, she'll get a single off the 5th delivery of the over, and so she'll move to 31. And McCoy will have 1 delivery left in this over to face.
And McCoy is quite happy to be given Boyce the lion's share of the batting.
Defended away on the offside. So 20 overs completed. Leewards are 76 for 6. Rennie's Boyce is on 31.
Shanice Hector 19 from 24. Amanda Edwards 11 from 14. Jazara, she was stumped. It's Isaac to be continuing. 6 overs, 2 for 24. A lot of patience being exercised by these Leewards batters, Carlisle.
Well, by Boyce in particular. There were some in the top order who seemed a little bit impatient and eager to get on with things and lost their wickets.
Paid the price for that.
50 overs is a long game. People like to say it's a short game, but you have to multiply 50 by 6. All of a sudden it gets longer because instead of 50, you see 300.
In front of you. And she's picking her shots. Is Boyce. I was
well played, very well played. Shorter delivery, she was inside her crease and helped it down to the deep backward square boundary for 4. That's excellent batting by Boyce.
I was just about to say for the last few overs she's been getting at least 1 boundary per over. And she has had the situation where she has gotten 2. 3.90 the run rate per over.
And she has moved on to 35. The score is 80 for 6.
And her half century now lurking on the radar as the sun forces its way through the thick clouds above. And it's funny, I think it's a funny thing, Carlisle. No doubt some batters there in the teens and the 20s, there may not be any butterflies, but all of a sudden you're in the 30s and then the butterflies start tingling and itching. One thing it looks like Boyce has on her mind is to make sure these Trinidadians and Tobagans don't get her wicket, either by taking it or by her giving it to them. Is a field change, cover being pushed back to the boundary.
Yeah, but it opens the gap on the offside for a single to take Boyce back on strike for the next over.
You would have thought they would have liked to strengthen that to prevent the single.
Short ball brings up the end of the over. 80 for the loss of 6. We have completed 21 overs. And if I very quickly look around the region, West Indies Academy, they are 4 without loss playing against the Scorpions. The Windward Islands Volcanoes are 43 for 2 against the TNT Red Force. The Leewards here in this female game, 80 for 6 against Trinidad and Tobago. Jamaica, women against Guyana, 42 for 1. That's the game where when last we checked, the covers were on. The Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Barbados Pride. They are 37 without loss. Combined colleges are 59 for 4 against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And Windward's women are 77 for 3 against the Barbados women. And here is Tinetta McCoy gifting a wicket away. And if you tell me that she can defend, I will tell you no. Wild swing across the line and losing an off stump. And so the Leewards in further trouble. 80 for the loss of 7 wickets. And McCoy yet to show me that she can bat. Bowled by Sue Grimm. And so the Leewards in further trouble. 80 for 7.
80 for 7. No doubt wanting to wrap up this inning in the next half an hour there about Trinidad and Tobago. The Leewards will have other ideas and somewhat putting pressure on Boyce, so to speak, because she will love to come away with a half century. But she's holding her end tight and wickets are falling all around her. With Cheyenne Moses now in to support her. Perhaps she'll just be telling Cheyenne, hey, stay here with me. We have 38.5 overs left in this match. That's a lot of overs.
28.5. You're being
20,
generous with an extra 10.
It's crept up to 21 overs.
But when you look at the performance, especially in this game, coming from 255 in the last game, the Leewards will have to make some hard decisions because some of these ladies are not exactly on the young side. And what we are seeing from them with their batting display in this game does not give you a lot of hope.
Well, they'll perhaps have to take the lead from, or the cue, as one Calypsonian from Nevis would have said, taking the cue from Trinidad and Tobago with the array of youth on display. 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old.
think the Leewards will also have to take a serious look at the overseas professionals. When you're brought in as a pro, you're expected to perform.
Exactly. You are expected to enhance the team.
$80 for 7 in the 22nd over.
Sugrim yet to concede a run after 4 balls in this over and picking up a wicket on the first ball.
2 for 9 in the 7th.
Left arm round she is. And we were previously, well, just before McCoy got out, indicating that Boyce has been choosing her shots, waiting on the bad balls, being patient.
And she still has to be patient, because if she goes after the bowling and get out, there will be no asterisk to her name in the sports column. The person who is not out is the person who runs out of partners.
Exactly.
Not the batter who is set and gets out going after the bowling. We have a lot of overs left in the game. There are 28 overs left in the inning.
Focus on you.
And a decentish run rate, you know, Carlisle, notwithstanding losing wickets, 3.64.
Which is, looking at it and you project it over 50 overs, you're talking about in excess of 180 runs.
But I've heard discussions, Carlisle, about the West Indies team being very consistent at being inconsistent.
Suki.
And there has been that likeness of the Leeward Islands as well. Making 300 and plus 400 plus today and coming back tomorrow and perhaps not making 150. And the Leewards supporters would have expected at least 200 plus from the Leeward Islands once more. Leewards on this occasion, they will break the cycle. The only team in the 50 overs to bat first and not pass 200 after making 255 for 5 last game.
It's a new game, new inning, fresh application.
New opponent.
Single to Boyce, she moves to 36. And the Leewards 82 for 7. And she has been the only shining light for the Leewards in the batting so far. Hector, she went with the score on 29 for 3. She went for 19. And she seemed to be in one hurry this morning. I'm sure that when she reflects and she sees the number of wickets falling behind her, she would say that she didn't give of her best today. She's bold, is coming forward and attempting to defend, went past the probing bat, and she lost her off stump. And so Cheyenne Moses has gone for no score, and the Leewards in even further trouble. 82 for the loss of 8.
82 for 8. And looking at Moses from the front, it looked like she did everything almost right, except allowing that ball to squeeze through. And Leewards, they are sinking further and further into trouble.
Tell you something, at this rate, Trinidad and Tobago might be well be batting before lunch. They would be disappointed if they are not batting before lunch. Because lunch is not scheduled until 1.
And it's just 11:33 by my watch. Tanya Martin is now joining Boyce. Ramhara. Ramharak picking up her first wicket, conceding 18 runs. And she's into her third over. One slip backward point cover. Mid off, mid on. 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Beautifully forward defensive is Martin. Maker's name, some will say. There's a shortish mid wicket.
Hit in the air, down to the fielder, and she makes a mess of it. Fielder down there at mid-on, and it goes over her head and into the boundary for 4. That ought to have been wicket number 9.
And it's
Completely misjudged it.
seems to be Ramnath. And the skipper wouldn't be happy about that. Notwithstanding there only 86 runs on the board. The skipper would have wanted to dispatch the Leewards as quickly as possible. Bat before lunch. And perhaps, according to how aggressive the Trinidadians, Trinidadians would have approached it, they may have been able to finish before lunch, some may think. Martin lives to fight another day. 86 for 8 could have very well easily be 82 for 9.
Over has been completed, and the umpire was about to allow a 7th delivery, but she must have been alerted. So in that over, 7 runs and a wicket. The Leewards 86 for 8, 23 overs completed. And you see, this is why I don't pay a lot of attention to projections, because with 8 wickets down, it's still showing you that Leewards can get 187. And I'm saying perhaps that is right, but using common sense,
Extremely
don't think
unlikely.
so. Extremely unlikely.
Quite
If
indeed,
that
Carlisle.
were to happen, the Trinidad and Tobago team would not be pleased.
Most correct. And in terms of the almost the 7th ball, way back when you would have been umpiring as well, Carlisle, the teaching was to nod on the 5th ball, indicating that you have 1 ball left, 1 legal delivery left. And that has been changed a few years ago to you tap the waist, indicating that 3 balls have been bowled, 3 left. You show 2 fingers, 2 remaining, basically above the waist, and then you point 1 downwards below the waist to say 1 ball left.
And if you follow those signals, it's much more difficult.
Exactly.
What I do when I'm out there umpiring, we repeat the signal after no ball or wide.
Indeed. Because sometimes some umpires may slip up and forget to that it will not be a ball, and so they'll just count it as a ball. I'm not a fan, Carlisle, of the 2 balls left. Umpires signaling above the shoulder height, and in some cases waving the hand, the peace sign, so to speak. Hey, brother, how are you? You cool?
Single to Boyce to take her on to 37, and the Leewards are 87 for 8.
And
2 deliveries left in the 24th over.
And Boyce inches her way, crawls even closer to her half century. So this 2 ball, Carlisle, this peace sign. Hey, bro, how are you, bro? Everything cool? I'm cool. I'm not a big fan of it. In my view, umpire signals are supposed to be discreet. And the player, Carlisle, moved from a mid-offish position, going on the offside, go back on the onside, go to the boundary. Now she's been brought into a backward point position.
Firmly struck by Martin. It goes down to the boundary for 4 runs. She goes up to 8. Was pitched in short and she was playing through the line. Straight back. And picked up 4 important runs for her and for the Leewards. 91 for 8. 100 is beckoning. And the projected score is now showing 191.
That's because the run rate has gone up from 2.4 plus 5 plus to 3.82.
Yeah, but you look at it on the board and then you say practical experience now. Last delivery of the over. And she's back and defending is Martin. 24 overs completed. The Leewards are 91 for 8.
The target at the moment, no doubt, is to let's get to 3 figures. Still 9 runs to get. A lot of things can happen over the spread of 9 runs. 24 overs gone. Projected score 190, which has risen from 182 a few overs ago. And I believe this is more mathematical than anything else, the projected score.
Nice shot, driven down to long off. She'll get a single. Rennie's Boyce, she moves on to 38. And it's 92 for the loss of 8, the Leewards. Ramharak, 1 for 23. She's in a 4th over.
Bowling from the Lozak Road end. Or the southern end. 1 slip backward point cover. Mid off. A long on. Short mid wicket. So mid wicket also about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Backward square on the field on the 45. $93 for 8 after 24.4. Leeward Islands trying to battle the overs. Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, wanting to dismiss the Leeward Islands as quickly as possible. It's a battle at the bottom here at Warner Park. And Boyce just going over the backward square, picking up a single, keeping the strike. She's almost into the nervous 40s. 39. From 65, a very patient knock. And it has been yielding dividends. One for 25 from 4. Is Ramharak, who just completed that over from the Lozak Road end.
Harry Charan is back into the attack. 1 for 6. 4. Short delivery And Boyce was inside the wicket and helping herself to a good-looking boundary.
We haven't seen too many long bowling spells, Carlisle. Trinidad and Tobago, they have quite a few bowlers, but using the bowlers in short spells, is that a good thing? Is that not a good thing in your view?
Well, it works sometimes, but then you unsettle some of the bowlers as well.
Indeed, you don't give them a chance to really pick up a rhythm, a good rhythm. And some may call that perhaps a half chance. The fielder there going back, stopping the ball on one bounce as opposed to trying to dive forward and pick it before it dipped.
Somebody has to have a word with Rennie's Boyce, because all of a sudden she's taking some risks which are not necessary at this point in time. And she should have been out caught from that delivery. It was played straight to the fielder down on the long on boundary, who dropped it. Parker is playing into the offside. They'll get a couple of runs, and that will bring up the 100 for the Leewards. It's 101 for 8. Parker moves to 11. Rennie's Boyce is on 44. And so the first target has been Martin, in fact. So the first target has been achieved. The Leewards are past 100. They will not be happy that 8 wickets are down, but they have gone past 100. And Tonya Martin is on strike. She's on 11. But this is where the coaches make their money. You still have to tell them that, listen, there are, after this, 24 overs left. This is a high full toss. That will be called and signaled no ball. And they get a single. There will be 2 runs added to the score. It will be a no ball, and so it will be a free hit. And so the Leewards move on to 103 for 8. And perhaps well, not perhaps, but certainly the better of the two batters at the crease being given the opportunity to get this free hit. That's Rennie's Boyce, who is on 44.
Indeed.
The only way you can get out off of a free hit is run out. And Martin was almost run out.
Indeed, and it's still, the ball is still alive, Carla, and they do get the single.
Comedy of errors. Parker, I keep saying Parker, but Martin running, leaving a bat, a glove.
After nearly being run out.
Yes.
Of the free hit.
Mm-hmm. Need to get a sense of calm out there in the middle, though. So they need to get a message to say, settle down, we're still 24 overs left. That's a lot of overs. If the two of you keep going, the Leewards can still get a score in excess of 150. And having gone past 100, they must now be telling themselves, let us get to 150. Because the scores of 150 have given the Trinidad and Tobago team some challenges.
Indeed. And mathematically, 104 in 25.5 overs, another 24 overs to go could probably yield close to another 100 runs, or maybe even more. Were these two batters to steady, of course, and maintain composure and calm. And earlier we spoke about the butterflies. There are no butterflies basically when you're already into the teens and the 20s, but 30s and especially the nervous 40s. And perhaps Boyce displaying some signs of it. And there's a message perhaps going out, Carlisle.
Much needed. Should be a simple message. 24 overs left. Settle down.
Bat long. The adage, you can't make runs while you're in the pavilion.
Except your scorers.
I like that, Carlisle. And there will be maiden overs, yes. Nothing is wrong with that, but there will always be no balls and wides and boundaries as well. 45 is Boyce. Perhaps a nervy 45. Easily her highest score.
Claxton no score, Willett no score, McCoy 1, Moses no score.
Not at all good reading indeed. But the Leewards, they should be gaining confidence, Carlisle. They're there. The last wicket going on at 82. They are now 106 for 8, 27 overs bowled. And it's a full 50 over match. And Trinidad and Tobago, on the other hand, perhaps loosening some of the pressure. 57 for 4, 67 for 5, 67 for 6, 80 for 7, 82 for 8. And 82 for 8 was back in the after 22.3 overs. It's now 107 for 8. And Leewards, they are struggling on, they are batting on, they are fighting on. Theoretically, they could get to 200 and get a bonus point.
Short delivery, swung down into the onside. There's a fielder on the boundary, so they'll get a single only. And Rennie's boys moves on to 46. The Leewards 108 for 8.
One boundary away from her half century is Rennie's boys. At this stage, the Trinidadian will want to do anything and everything to prevent that. Very generous airing that delivery. Giving herself some room, Martin.
See, that's the difference between an experienced batter and a low order batter. That is the same delivery that Boyce has been going inside of a wicket to help on the onside. Martin was backing away to pull it into the onside and completely missed it. Getting a single down to deep mid-wicket. And she'll move on to 16 and the score to 109 for 8. The Leewards weighing over number 28. Current partnership is on 27.
From 33 balls. Not bad going by any standard, Carlisle.
Short delivery. And the Boyce is just getting a single. But she'll retain the strike. 4 runs from the over. Leewards are 110 for 8.
Same shot that you just described that Martin played. And Boyce, as if hearing us, going into the wicket and turning it backward. And Trinidad and Tobago, they've realized what she has been doing. So they've set the fielder on a boundary a little wider. And at the same time, they also have a backward square on the boundary. A little more backward as well.
2 cruise ships in today?
I am not too certain.
It's on the screen.
But remember, there's a second pier.
We're not seeing any at the second pier, so both seem to be on the first pier. We can't see anything from the other pier. Boyce is defending nicely. And the Leewards remain 110 for 8. Winning the toss this morning and batting. And the batters, for the most part, disappointed.
5 out of 5, the captain. Ramnath, 4 overs, 1 for 7 before this. And Boyce seems to like to paddle in that one. Back would have squared that position, but there's a fielder on the 45 for her. Very soft hands
Good single.
into the offside. Yes, indeed, Carlisle. And that's the thing about cricket. You play soft hands in front of you, you stand a good chance of getting a run.
Martin seems to be growing in confidence. She has picked up a 17th run, and the partnership between these two 30, which means that Martin has contributed a greater portion than her more illustrious batting partner Boyce.
She's contributed 17, Boyce 12.
And Boyce is given out. She was getting inside of a wicket trying to turn this one into the onside, and nothing shot really.
Definitely not Carlisle.
Not there.
But the bowler will have to be extremely careful, Carlisle, with that appeal, almost in the face of the umpire. And Boyce, we just mentioned, her favorite shot seems to be tickling it, turning it around the corner. Going for that again.
112 for 9. She's good in front of the wicket as well. So, listen, even if she had gotten some bat on that, as she did in the last over, as we look at the replay again, my eyes are not good enough to tell you if that came from bat or pad. But even if she had gotten some bat on it, there's a fielder on the 45. She found that fielder twice in the last over. Unlikely that she would have had a run.
Exactly.
And even if she connected properly, there's a fielder covering down at backward square. Most it would have been is one. So the bat seems to have been away from that one. That looks too. Let's look at that again. The bat seems to have been away from that one when you look at it from that angle. We've slowed it down. The bat is inside now. That seems to have come off the pads. And so another indifferent umpiring decision. As we can see, it having slowed it down. And maybe that's why the bowler was so adamant in front of the umpire, please give it to me. And she got it. But that seems, it seems to have been a clear gap between the bat and the ball.
And the umpire looked at it, and she looked again, and perhaps looking a third time. And once you're in doubt,
not out.
It's not out. You have to cool out. It's not out. But clearly the umpire not being in doubt in the end, sticking up the finger.
Well, we've had the benefit of the slow motion, and doesn't look as if it touched the bat. Touch anything, might have been off the pads. But the umpire's decision is final. It goes as out. There are no reviews in these matches. And I've been clear that the umpiring in this tournament has been substandard.
Well, perhaps another opportunity again for
there's
it seemed
great
not to have even
distance
touched,
between the bat and the
and
pad.
even the pad.
Yeah.
It was a good take by the keeper. And the Carlisle, we have to be fair to the umpire though. We are seated in this air-conditioned room, and we have our producer slowing it down 25%, 50% as it were. The umpire only has it once.
Yeah, but at full speed, it didn't look out. And we are some distance away. What are we, about maybe 80, 90 meters away from the bat? 20 plus, maybe 100. We're about 100 meters away from the bat.
What we can tell you, Carlisle, is the umpire's coach, Mr. Peter Nero out of Trinidad and Tobago, he is here looking at this game.
Well, he has seen some awful decisions. So it would be nice to read his report and see who is recommended for retraining. But in the future, when you have umpires making decisions like the run-out that we saw, for example, those umpires should be pulled immediately.
Were it football, that would have been the case.
Absolutely.
You missed a red card, you gave a red card you should not have given. Missed an offside, easy offside, gave an offside that prevented a goal which wasn't done offside. In some cases, the officials are sent back home from the tournament there and then, immediately after that game. But what the umpire will have to do is just forget about that, whether she believes she owed or not, and concentrate. Because you wouldn't want one incident to cause you to lose focus, lose confidence, and then it in fact affects the other remaining overs, balls in the game, as it were. 112 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago after 82 for 8. Perhaps releasing the pressure. And that is something about what I find with us in the West Indies, Carlisle. When we have teams, we don't quite often go for the jugular. We tend to ease up the pressure for whatever reason or reasons.
Martin is on 17. Isaac is into the attack. Short delivery, pulled into the onside, and this one will run down to the boundary for 4. Down to wideish long on.
I'll tell you something, Carlisle. After she played that, Martin was turning and looking at the ball rather than looking at her partner. So it is Leeward's call. It was struck firmly. And Leeward, once she hit that one, she basically took off. Leeward looks like she has come in with an agenda to really push this thing on.
No, it's still Martin on strike.
Forgive me.
Non-striker is Leeward.
Yeah, the way she played at those 2 shots. Perhaps a very aggressive player by nature. Trinidad and Tobago team, they're just fielded in anticipation. A lot of overs left in this innings. .116 for 9, 29.4 overs gone. It's a 50 over affair. The projected score 196. I think that is just for statistics reasons. Leewards would be hoping that this tail wags, and it wags a lot, and it wags for a long time. Trinidad and Tobago, they will of course have other ideas.
Single to Martin. And at the end of the over, it's 117 for 9. 30 overs have been completed. The wickets falling at 1, 17, 29, 57, 67, 80, 82, and 112.
The last round of matches in this CG United Daffabet Blue Waters Super Women's 50 overs. Trinidad and Tobago in 6th position. No point on the board for them. Leeward Islands 5th position. 2 points via the bonus route, having scored 255. Windward Islands in 4th. They have 8 match points, 2 bonus points. They are on 10 out of contention. Guyana 3rd. 12 match points, 1 bonus. very much out of contention at 13. Barbados in second position, 12 match points, 2 bonus points, 14 points. No chance of getting to Jamaica, 16 points, 8 bonus points, 24 points. No other team could get to 24.
Bit of a false shot played into the offside, but they'll get 2 runs. And Martin will move to 24. And the Leewards are 119 for 9 away in the 31st over.
The last round of matches today, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, basically rest of the day. It's going to be a CG United Super 50 Cup Award, Friday, March 15th, Carlisle. And the T20 Blaze commences on Sunday, March 17th. All matches at Warner Park. Leeward Islands versus Barbados at 10 a.m. Scheduled to finish by 12:45. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana at 2:30 p.m. Scheduled to finish at 5:15. And Jamaica versus Windward Islands at 7 p.m. A target finishes 9:45. All matches for the T20 Blaze being played here at Warner Park. Triple headers all days.
Final delivery of the over is a wide, so that will have to be rebowled. And the Leewards move on to 120 for 9. Second highest score of the inning is 24. Tonya Martin is on strike. And is edging past the keeper, and she'll get a single to take her onto 25. And the Leewards 121 for 9. Seemed like she edged it. The keeper wasn't able to hold on, and so they got a single.
And these two, Carlisle, they have all the time in the world, so to speak, all the balance of 19 overs. They're not under any pressure to give up their wicket. The track is playing through. You haven't seen any balls popping up, good length or otherwise. Haven't seen any keeping low. So it's just the invitation to good, sensible cricket. Dispatching with the helmet is Martin. Sugrim from the CA Paul Southwell Media Center end. Left arm round the shears. 8 overs, 2 for 14 before this. Leewards winning the toss and the batting. 121 for 9 after 31.1.
Driving firmly, good shot. Straight back past the bowler, but there's a long on in place, so she'll only get a single. But she has shown some batting ability in this inning, Martin.
Indeed she has. 3.89 the current run rate. Which is healthy by all standards. An appeal goes up. Umpire not interested.
Clearly going to miss the stumps. One delivery left in the 32nd over. The Leewards are 122 for 9. Leeward is on strike. She's yet to score. Tonya Martin is on 26. Fielder from short backward square being sent all the way back to the boundary. Play and a miss to bring up the end of the over. 1 in that over. And so 2 for 15 is Sue Grim. The Leewards are 122 for 9, and they would be thinking 150 perhaps. Tell you something, umpire Troy Mills, as I am putting on your white coat now. We've seen, not just at the female level, but at the male level, some appeals which are more in hope than anything else. I've always found it useful as an umpire to remind the players if the delivery is pitched outside leg, it should not be given out LBW. And I've asked on a couple of occasions, would you like me to give you out for that?
Of course not.
And they always say no. So I said, so why appeal? So, well, umps, you might make a mistake. I said, but that would be a stupid mistake for the game.
Exactly.
You know, if it's pitch outside leg, why appeal? And why behave as if it's definitely out?
Can it be considered, for want of a better expression, Carlisle, the players being dishonest?
It can. And sometimes it shows lack of knowledge of the rules of the game.
Indeed. I don't know how much of it is done now, but just a few years back, a lot of the players didn't know.
In the air, chance it will fall safely. And Martin will move on to 27. And the score 123 for 9.
They may not have known quite a bit. There are 1 or 2 laws, yes, they may be familiar with. But a great classical composer, Mozart, he said, it is good to know the laws because you'll know how to bend them, how to flirt with them, so to speak. And what readily comes to mind is Kyron Pollard. In a CPL match here, I think it was Trinidad and Tobago against, I can't remember, I think it was Evan Lewis. Somebody was batting, it was the last ball of the match, perhaps, and the player needed needed 2 runs to win, to get a century. And the team needed just 1 run for victory. And he bowled a no ball.
That's not about knowing the rules, though. That's about being selfish.
Mean. But if he didn't know the rules, he would have probably bowled a regular delivery.
But in the spirit of the game, you bowl a regular delivery.
Exactly. That is key, the spirit of the game. But how much is the spirit of the game with us now?
Leeward is looking to sweep a delivery down the leg side, misses. Tell you something about Roselle Leeward. She sees the funny side of everything.
But speaking about the spirit of the game, Casey and Knight, we saw her walking even before an appeal really went up, so to speak. And she was on 42, looking just a few away from her half century.
Knew she had nicked it.
And she walked. How many of those players do we have around still? And sometimes umpires are uncertain, and may have said not out. Umpiring is not an easy job at all, Carlisle.
.33 overs completed, just a single in that last over. 5 overs from Ramharak. She has picked up 1 for 26. And the Leewards are 123 for 9. Steffi Sugrim is in the 10th over, 2 for 15 before this. Tonya Martin is on 27. Leewards won the toss and opted to bat. And it has been a struggle for most of the inning.
Very good figures for Sugrim.
In the air, falling short of the field at mid-wicket. Oh yes, if you can give your captain 2 for 15 in 10 overs, or even none for 15 in 10 overs, I'll accept that any day of the week.
And although she would like to improve that column, and the way Martin is batting, she may very well be thinking of obliging her. And it comes like Martin really would like to give Sukrim that third wicket. 27 from 41 is Martin. A lot of overs left in this inning. And there she is again, driving outside the off stump. And she hasn't connected for any of the 5 balls she has faced this over. And there have been many oohs and ahs and arms and ums. Maiden over by Sukrim. Completes her spell. 10 overs. 15 runs, 2 wickets. .123 for 9. 3.6 to the run rate. Could get to 181. Were everything to remain as is. The scoring rate, the batters at the pitch, at the crease. For Trinidad and Tobago, perhaps thinking sometime back they would have been already batting by now. It's just about 16 past 12.
If by some stroke of luck the Leewards can massage this to 150, they would be in with a shout. Ram Harak is the new bowler from the far end. She's 1 for 26 from 5 overs before this, and is bowling to Roselle Leeward, who is backing away, looking to play it into the offside. And you were taught early as a youngster that you, instead of backing away, you get over the delivery if you're looking to cut. But not so in the modern game.
A lot of things have changed, Carlisle. And especially with the advent of T20 cricket. Any shot is a good shot provided it yields runs. Four dot balls so far. Make that 5. And we've seen too often players trying to bang the ball all over the park as opposed to push one, there push there for 1, tickle here for 1.
.35 overs completed. The Leewards 123 for 9. Tonya Martin will be on strike. She's on 27.
2 for 33 from 8 overs, Isaac. 2 for 15 from 10, Sugrim. going to see a change in bowling from the media center end. Seems to be Ram Harak. Sporting the number 77 jersey. The numbering of the jersey is Carlisle. You see all sorts and types of numbers. Loud appeal, the umpire not interested in. Clouds are slowly drifting.
Should get a couple here. They have crossed for one, coming back for the second run. Rosal is a good runner. And she answers a call in the positive. Martin goes to 29. Leeward's 123 for 9 in the 36th over.
With greater application, Leewards would have stood a very good chance of equaling or even bettering that 255, as we have seen from this rear guard action.
Played into the infield again. There's a fielder coming off the backward square boundary. She misses it and they'll come back for a second run. Good coverage by the fielder coming from deep mid-wicket though, and tidying up that. So Martin goes to 31 and the Leewards are 127 for 9.
And that is the importance to Carlisle of running the first one hard. Even though it's only one, you're going to put pressure on that fielder who may take eyes off the ball and fumble, and it gives you the opportunity for a second. But we've seen too many singles being strolled.
Delivery played eerily over the head of the bowler, but they'll get a single. So Martin goes to 32. It's 128 for 9. One delivery left in the over. 5 runs coming from it so far. As it's defended away by Leeward. And so 36 overs gone, 128 for 9, the Leewards. The 9th wicket went down with the score on 112. And so 16 by this last pair so far. End of over number 37. The Leewards are 129 for 9. Rennie's boys top scored with 48. Tonya Martin is on 33. Shawnisa Hector, she made 19. Leewards move to 130 for 9. Martin is on 34. Ramharak is in the 8th over, 1 for 32 before, 1 for 31 before this. Rosa Leeward finally off the mark. 1 from her 18 deliveries, 131 for 9. End of the over, 132 for 9. And this pair has so far added 20 runs. Tonya Martin is on 35. And with her is Rosa Leeward, who is on 1. And I'm sure that they would be thinking next target 150.
Easily the next target, Carlisle. And Rosa Leeward, with the flourish she had when she came in, she's just 1 from 19 balls, contributing 1 to the partnership. And Tonya Martin, she has picked up in a sense where Boyce left off. And clearly one thing she's not thinking about is trying to shield Rosa Leeward. Quite a few batters at this stage batting with the number 11. We're trying to do 2 things. Take the bulk of the strike and take the single of the last few balls to get the strike for the start of the new over.
Rosa Leeward puts a lot of effort into her no scores. don't know how else to say that, Troy.
I like that, Carla. I like that.
Swinging and missing, goes past the keeper. It's called and signaled wide. So you add 2 more to the score because they ran 1. And so it will move to 135 for the loss of 9. The score has rolled over by 1. But it was a wide and they did run, so it should be 135 for 9.
Exactly.
Make that 136 for 9. Roselle Leeward is swinging in the air down to the boundary for 4. Finally paying off. And so she gets a 4, does Roselle Leeward. Beating the fielder at short backward square and going across the boundary. So the Leewards, and now one score seems to have gone backwards. Should be 140. She's defending into the offside, end of the over. And at the end of the over then, the Leewards 140 for the loss of 9. Leeward's definitely thinking of 150. Roselle Leeward is on 5 from 23. But it's Martin on strike. She's swinging into the onside, finds a fielder coming off the mid-wicket boundary, and they'll get a single to take Martin on to 38, and the Leewards are 141 for 9. 29 the partnership between these two so far. Leeward is driving firmly. It will clear the fielder down at mid-on and go across the boundary for 4. And so she'll get a boundary, does Roselle Leeward, a second. And the score will move to 145 for the loss of 9. Trinidad and Tobago taking their feet off the gas a little bit here and allowing the Leewards back into the game. So it's now 145 for 9. Leeward is on 9. And their next target, 150. Would give the bowlers something more to bowl at. .33 the partnership between this last pair. Ramharak to bowl to Leeward, who is defending. Martin has played a good hand for her 38. Ramharak from around the wicket. Leeward is driving firmly. This one will be challenging for the fielder at long on. She can't get across, and that's 4 more runs to Roselle Leeward. Takes the score to 149, the Leewards for 9. Didn't look likely at 112 for 9. One for 43 in her 9th over, Ramharak, from around the wicket. And Leeward is turning it into the onside, picks up a single. Leeward's move to 145 for 9. 150 for 9, in fact. Ten in the over so far. Ram Harak will go back over the wicket to bowl to Martin. Martin is on 38. So the partnership between these two is 38. Flatter faster, played into the onside, brings the fielder off the deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll get a single. Martin will move to 39. And the score, the Leewards 151 for the loss of 9. Partnership is 38. Roselle Leeward has contributed 14 and 21 to Martin. "40 overs have been completed. Next target for the Leewards probably will be to bat out the overs. 151 for 9. Remind you, the Leewards lost wickets at 1, 17, 29, 57, 67, 67, 80, 82 and 112. Isaac has come back into the bowling attack. She has picked up 2 for 33 from 8. And she will be bowling to Tonya Martin, who is on 39. And Martin draws away. Not quite ready to face.
Roselle perhaps hearing us talking about the 1 run in the partnership. Opening up somewhat.
And the 150 has been reached by the Leewards. And their next target would be to bat out the final 10 overs.
They should be able to get to 175 with 10 overs remaining.
1 wicket in the bag, though.
These two have brought the score from 112. There's an adage, what you've done before you can do again. So if they've added...
She's bowled.
Oh.
Leg stump. Full pitch delivery. She was back and came down late on this one, Tonya Martin, and it came from a pad onto the stumps. And so the Leewards are bowled out for 151. 151 all out. Good hand played by Martin, though. You look at the delivery again. Heading down leg side, came from her back pad onto the stumps. And so she will have to go. But she can go knowing that she has played a very good hand for the Leewards, who have managed to get in excess of 150. 151 in 40 overs and 2 balls. And we have time enough for the Leewards to come out and bowl a couple of overs by my watch, Troy.
Yes. The question is, though, Carlisle, Leewards were not successful in defending 255 runs. Could they successfully defend 151?
We will see in a bit.
It's a different day, different everything, different opponent, different mentality. And there's the adage, runs on the board are already runs on the board. It's now up to Trinidad and Tobago to go and bat, and no doubt a little conversation between the Trinidad and Tobago coach and the umpires trying to ascertain whether lunch will be had or whether they'll go down for a few overs I'm thinking Trinidad and Tobago would prefer to take lunch rather than go down and face the few overs and come back for lunch. But they must be commended, Trinidad and Tobago. Bowling out the Leewards for 151 in 40.2 overs. The Leewards just making 255 runs 2 days earlier. And the captain really shifting and turning around her bowlers. And we've been advised, Carlisle, that it is lunch. So we tell you that here at Warner Park, the Leeward Islands winning the toss and batting, they have been dismissed for 151 from 40.2 overs, setting Trinidad and Tobago 152 runs to make in all of 50 overs.
And we'll be back with you in about 35 minutes time.
welcome back to coverage of the second innings of Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus the Leeward Islands. In the women's Super 50, Janaba Joseph has gotten off the mark with a 4 and has now sent the strike over to Samara Ramnath. Jazara Claxton opening the bowling from the Luzak Road end. Well left by Samara Ramnath.
Drop catch. Short, and she was going hard at this Ramnath. Went through the hands of the first slip and down to the boundary for 4. One over gone, Trinidad and Tobago, 9 for no loss. Cheyenne Moses will pick up the attack from the media center end. defended away into the offside to bring up the end of the second over. Trinidad and Tobago looking for 152 to win. They are 10 for no loss. 2 overs completed. Single to third. Score moves on to 11 for no loss, and Joseph moves to 7. One run from the over. Jazara Claxton finishing his second over. 3 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago are 11 for no loss. Just 2 runs scored in the over so far. 1 delivery left. Moses not at the same pace as Jazara Claxton. Going up a fuller length, asking questions. Good delivery to end the over. 13 for no loss. Trinidad and Tobago 4 overs completed. Leewards made 151. Single to take the score to 14 for no loss. Jazara Claxton just turned 18 yesterday. She's running in hard from the Lozak Road end.
Definitely a point of youth, especially with Samara Ramnath opening as well, only 16, and Jazara Claxton opening the bowling at only 18 years of age. Of course, Joseph got off the mark with a boundary, but it's been quite tight bowling so far.
Turned into the onside, finds mid-wicket. Jazara Claxton also plays football, and she will be representing St. Kitts Nevis at the Carifta Games in Grenada.
St. Kitts and Nevis is definitely a country that loves their football. Home of football not too far from here.
Loud shout, but that's sliding down. No chance of that being given, nor should it be given. 1 run from the over so far. 1 ball left.
Of course, home of football located on the Lozak Road, and that's the same end that Jazara Claxton is coming from.
The head office is called Football House. Good delivery outside the off stump, left alone. And Claxton is down looking at it and wondering, couldn't it have been closer? But we have completed 5 overs, and Trinidad and Tobago, in reply to 151 made by the Leewards, are 14 for no loss.
Trinidad and Tobago have been losing early wickets quite often. So far, they have not succumbed to that same result as yet. And they would hope that they continue in that vein. Of course, this opening partnership wouldn't have been the same opening partnership that they started off with earlier in the tournament. Samara Ramnath would have been opening with Chanel Sao. Interesting to see how the Leeward Islands go about defending this, as they were not able to defend.
Good shot. She was to the pitch of a full delivery and drove it firmly down to the cover boundary and picked up 4 good-looking runs. Airborne for a while, but no harm. Ramnath moves on to 10, and it's 18 for no loss.
One of the wider issues, I would say, that has been noticed throughout this tournament would be the lack of strike rotation. I think too many dot balls have been allowed to go by, and interestingly, the last wicket partnership in the previous innings had pretty good strike rotation. Wide on that occasion, too wide.
And part of the challenge with respect to the strike and hindrance to the strike rotation, batters tend to go hard at the balls. Those who are looking for singles normally play in the gaps and with softer hands. Full and wide. Had she left that, it probably would have been another wide. But it's towing it down to third, and they'll get a single. Take the score to 20 for no loss. 2 deliveries left in the over.
Interesting you see that when it comes to could have left that and gotten a wide, because many times it seems like it's just sort of muscle memory makes them play at the ball.
Good delivery. Playing at it, beaten, and it goes through for the keeper. No runs.
Have really been some wonderful delivery so far in this opening boost from both bowlers, but no reward as yet.
Bashkar is keeping wicket and Boyce is at first slip. Boyce is the regular wicket keeper. Guiding down to third man, and a challenging run for the fielder. They ought to have done better and missed it. It went across the boundary for 4, but nice deft touch to guide it down to third man and picking up 4 runs.
It was just timed as well as it could have been on that occasion.
Joseph is on 11 from 20. Ramnath is on 11 from 16. And Trinidad and Tobago 24 for no loss. 6 overs completed. And by the time the score was 20, the Leewards had already lost 2 wickets. Ten runs in the last over. Hector has gone to first slip. And Boyce has left the field. 2 runs from the over, 7 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago have started steadily. They're 26 for no loss.
Interestingly, both batsmen facing the same amount of deliveries, 12 of 21. 26 of 42 so far. Ahead of the run rate, so I think Trinidad and Tobago would be decently satisfied with that opening partnership so far.
Target isn't a big one, so you need some solid partnerships.
And you also don't want to start off too circumspect or too slowly, because sometimes the rate can catch up to you, and sometimes if you lose early wickets, then you're forced to go at an even slower rate.
Change of bowling from the media center end. Shawnisa Hector will be coming into the attack, and she will be bowling to Joseph. Wide down the leg side. Score will move on to 28 for no loss. Flashing and missing.
Flashing at that one again, not making any contact with it.
Not moving across either, just staying in her batting position and throwing the bat at it. The keeper has company in a first slip. Slower, wider, driven. Good save. End of the over. 8 completed, 28 for no loss.
Interestingly, Boyce has now moved out from that slip position.
She played a good hand. Held the inning together for the Leewards, made some 48 runs. Jazara Claxton will continue from the far end. None for 13 from her 4 overs so far.
Very full delivery on that occasion, but easily would be going down the leg side.
And Joseph played all around it. Perhaps should have been going straighter.
Had no idea what to do with that delivery. But dealt with that one easily.
Claxton, if anything, just bowling a bit too straight.
Definitely at times has bowled a bit too straight, but even on that occasion, not too heavily packed leg side, feeling unable to rotate the strike. Flashing again, this time from Joseph.
Short delivery turned into the onside. They're looking for 2 and will get them comfortably as well. So Joseph moves on to 15 and the score is on 30 for the loss of no wicket. Nine overs completed, and Trinidad and Tobago in reply to 151 made by the Leewards. They are 30 for no loss. Suppose I tell you that the Jamaica women were bowled out for 72.
That will be a tremendous shock, Carlyle.
Williams 31, Nation 20. No other batter into double figures. 72 all out in 27 overs and 1 ball. Monisar 3 for 11. Latchman 2 for 1. Grimond 2 for 20. 1 for 13 from Rettimeyer. 1 for 3 from Schultz.
Too little, too late, is it?
Guyana will have 73 runs in all of the overs to win this game. But we remind you that Jamaica, they have already secured the championship and the $20,000 paycheck that goes with it.
But it would have been nice for them to finish the tournament with a clean sweep. But that was definitely not to be. But there's also the adage, Carlisle, runs on the board are already runs on the board. Guyana will now have to go and make it.
Nice shot into the offside. They have crossed for 1. And that's all they'll have. Barbados women against the Windwards women. 50 overs completed. Windwards 233 for 9. So they have picked up 2 batting bonus points as well. And then we look at the men. Combined campuses and colleges 128 for 5 against the Leewards. Single down to 3rd. Guyana Happy Eagles are 89 for 1 against Barbados. Windward Island Volcanoes are 139 for 4 against the Red Force. And the Academy 128 for 2 against the Jamaica Scorpions.
Guyana in 3rd place before this round of matches with 13 points. Jamaica already winning the championship on 24 points. So Guyana to win this match, they'll jump up to 17 points pending any bonus for a run rate of 4.4, an average run rate of 4.4. Barbados in 2nd place with 14 points. Having to score 200 plus in all of 50 overs. They chased down 255. Some may argue against the odds versus the Leewards. So they'll have that confidence going into this run chase, but it's another day. Another temperament, another team. If they were to win Barbados, that will keep them in 2nd place.
Power play has been completed. 33 for no loss after 10. Change of bowling from the far end. It's Amanda Edwards who will be coming in to the attack. And we'll be bowling to Joseph. Gets the half tracker and plays it down to the fielder McCoy at backward point. No runs.
Scoring at a run rate of 3.25 runs per over so far, Trinidad and Tobago. They need 119 runs to get in all of 238 balls.
Just being shown an interesting statistic. Kemar Roach, 12 overs, 7 maidens, no wickets for 5 runs.
Wow.
7 maidens of 12.
Oh, and only 5 runs.
Short delivery played into the offside, and McCoy really should have done better. There was not a run in that.
No pressure
And
as
she
well.
misfielded. And she's one of the players who will have to step up big time. She has underperformed.
"12 overs, 7 maidens, 5 runs." I know somebody who would say you can give me that any day, Carlisle.
And thanks to the keen-eyed Dillon for spotting that. Single, as it's played down to the fielder who is coming off the long boundary. So the score will roll over to 35 for no loss. This a very solid start by Trinidad and Tobago. 11 overs gone.
Indeed, and we might add that's the 16-year-old batting, is it? Ramnath. And Trinidad and Tobago having maximum confidence in this youth. To open the attack in terms of the batting for Trinidad and Tobago. And this augurs well for her future, Ramnath. And she's looking quite solid indeed.
Every now and again she plays at those wide deliveries, Ramnath. But she missed this one, went for the keeper. Again playing and missing.
Extremely tight over so far is Hector. 4 dot balls. Make that 5.
End of the over. 12 overs completed. Trinidad and Tobago 35 for no loss.
Zara Clarkson 5 for 20 to 5 overs, that is 22 runs.
Shawnee Hector is 3 overs, 5 runs conceded.
Edwards has had 1 over for just the 2 runs before this. Leewards would probably do anything for a wicket at this stage. 35 without loss this opening stand. We are seeing these two Carlisle playing very sensible cricket. Joseph and Ramnath.
The target they're chasing is not a big one.
I'm remembering was it a World Cup a few years ago? Was it Australia making 424 in a 50 over against South Africa and losing the match?
434.
434 and losing the match.
Oh, delivery played straight to Boyce at mid-wicket and through Boyce, and allowing a single from what should have been none. 36 for no loss. Joseph moves on to 18. Ramnath, who is on 14, comes up to take strike.
That was the first time a team had made over 400 runs, or 400 or more runs in a 50 over.
Over completed, 13 overs gone, 36 for no loss. Joseph is 18 from 38, and Ramnath is 14 from 40.
Leeward Islands Masters Tournament in Anguilla on the Whit weekend. 15th to the 17th of May, is it? Nevis will be participating. Will you be journeying to Anguilla, Carlisle?
Well, I have every intention of going. Just checking my dates because I figured to have it a little bit wrong. The weekend, actually from the 17th, I think the tournament is from the 17th to the 20th. Steer down to third man. This time the fielder gets a body behind it, and they'll have a single that will take the score to 38 for no loss.
I had an interview last night with Mr. Anthony Wallins, the president of the Leeward Masters, on the sports program On the Ball. Aired every Tuesday from 7 to 9. And he indicated that
Played nicely down to the squarish cover boundary for 4 runs. Just gave a little bit of width, and she played it nicely. 4 runs to the total.
very much in control of the shot.
41 for no loss.
The groundsmen, Carlisle, they have done a wonderful job. They have been doing a wonderful job. The outfield has been somewhat quick.
Wide delivery.
Anthony Wallins, he comes to the end of his 4-year term as president, and he will be contesting for his second and final term. Curtis Morton from Nevis, He's the PRO. And he indicated that Barbados and Dominica, they've asked to be allowed to participate in that competition. $110 runs to get it, 217 deliveries, a current run rate 3.04. Easily gettable, extremely easily gettable.
And helped by another wide delivery from Shawnisa Hector. 43 for no loss. This is a very sensible, solid start by Trinidad and Tobago. End of the over, 14 overs completed, and chasing 151. Trinidad and Tobago are 43 for no loss.
The Trinidad and Tobago openers looking very easy, looking very comfortable, not at all troubled, not under any pressure in terms of the run rate. 109 runs to get in all of 216 deliveries.
Out, LBW. Joseph was playing right around this delivery from Amanda Edwards. And you look at it again on the replay. Umpire judged it was going straight on with the arm. She had 2 feet together. 43 for 1. And we have lost the wicket. Trinidad and Tobago have lost the wicket of Joseph. And we look at it again. Keeper heading down the leg side to take it. You'll have to show me what that was going to hit.
Perhaps look like it's missing leg stump. Joseph is back in the pavilion nonetheless. Leewards, they have made a breakthrough. Could they capitalize on that? Could they build on it? So we'll have different ideas as she's joining Ramnath, who's on 18 from 44. Skipper Edwards leading from the front so to speak, picking up the first wicket. And she will hope her other bowlers will follow suit. Lucky on that occasion was Edwards. That ball a little on the short side. And just punched back down the track was Sir.
And playing it delightfully into the offside, down to third. McCoy is chasing around, but they'll get 2 runs. And that will take the score to 45 for 1. Remember, Leewards made 151.
And so far, Trinidad and Tobago not showing much interest, if any at all, in any bonus points.
I think it would be more important for them to secure the win. And why not? It would take them from the bottom of the table and above the Leewards. 1 for 5, Amanda Edwards from her 3 completed overs. And it looks like there will be a change of bowling from this end. Roselle Leeward will be picking up the attack. Probably bowled one of the balls of the tournament to get rid of Casey and Knight. That game against Barbados. She was set, she was in her 40s, and Leeward brought her forward, took the outside edge, and a good catch by the keeper on that occasion. Trinidad and Tobago need 107 runs and 210 balls to get there.
Vice being moved from point to a short fine leg. Deep mid wicket a few yards from the boundary. Backward point feeling. Cover sweeping on the boundary. Extra cover. Mid off.
Short delivery. Luckily for her, it didn't bounce twice, otherwise that would have been a no ball. But that was perhaps in the middle of the pitch.
Indeed. Bouncing a second time after just passing Ramnath.
Good delivery. She was driving at this, tugged it from the inner portion of the bat to fine leg. And the end of the over. 16 overs gone. Trinidad and Tobago 46 for 1. Remember, Leewards made 151. And are we going to the first drinks break? It looks like that. So 46 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. And we are here at Warner Park in the final game of this round, and meaning the final game in the CG50 ladies tournament. Jamaica, even before this game, having already secured the victory, and they did this courtesy of completing the first 4 matches with full points and also picking up bonus points along the way. And so there were 24 before the start of this round of matches, and the next best team is 14. And suffice it to tell you that the maximum points that you can get from a game are 4 from the match itself and 2 from the bonus points. And so nobody with a shout of catching Jamaica. At the drinks break then, the Trinidad and Tobago team 46 for the loss of 1.
Back from the water break, skipper Amanda Edwards. She's continuing from the southern or Lozak Road end. 3 overs, 1 for 5 before this. Teenager Ramnath on strike, 19 from 52. There's a short third man backward point. Cover a few yards from the boundary. Extra cover mid-off. Mid on, mid wicket, forward a square on the boundary. Fine leg on the circle. Some adjustment as the mid-off has been pushed back to a long off position. Made over from Edwards. There's a container boat ambling its way into the harbor here at Bastille. Our television crew, they've been doing a wonderful job so far throughout this tournament. Was a Leeward, she's picking up the attack from the C.A. Paul Southwell Media Center end, or the northern end. So driving into the offside. One-handed effort by the skipper, not stopping it, but just a single. A little wider, played a little square. And picking up a single. The Trinidad and Tobago team not under any pressure whatsoever to get these runs. 104 runs in 195 balls. And perhaps Shaw, she didn't hear me just now, because there she was, cutting that one straight down the throat of the fielder at backward point. Trinidad and Tobago losing their first wicket. Really giving Leewards that wicket. 48 for 2. Shaw really giving away her hand on that occasion. No doubt Leeward's team will be somewhat encouraged. Picking up a second wicket in quick order, 43 for 1 after 14.2, now 48 for 2 after 17.4. Shaw cutting that one straight into the arms of the fielder at backward point, who gracefully accepted. Didn't have to move really. That brings Leon Kirby to the crease. Shaw picking up her first wicket. She's now 1.4 overs, 1 wicket, 3 runs. Full toss, that goes uppishly. Fielder going back. Falling safely the ball, and Kirby asking for the second run and getting it. Not in control of that shot was Kirby. Full toss. Perhaps a little hope for Leeward on that occasion. But nothing but 2 runs resulting in the end. Wide by Leeward. This commentator's curse, Carlisle, it's real. I just said Trinidad and Tobago not under any pressure whatsoever to get these runs. And the very next ball, short obliging Leeward Islands with the simplest of catches, cutting straight down to backward point.
And maybe Percy Sly Daniel, the coach of the Leewards team, would ask you to say it again.
We have taken a few wickets here, the commentators. Or people would call it goat mouth. But I'm very much impressed with Ramnath's batting. Ramnath's batting. We haven't seen anything rash from her. Playing each ball on its merit. Not taking any chances. Of course, there is no need to take any chances. When you're 51 for 2, after 18.2 overs, chasing 152 for victory, needing 101 runs in just 189 balls. The Leewards team seem to be reinvigorated. A bit of chatter happening on the field now, clapping, encouraging the bowler and the fielders. Cutting into the off is Ramnath. Easy single. Bringing Kirby into strike the first time at this media center end. The thick dark clouds from this morning, they have all drifted away and the sun is blazing through. Still some clouds above, fluffy, white.
Another over completed, 19 gone. It's 52 for the loss of 2 wickets, Trinidad and Tobago. When last I checked the score, Guyana looking to make 73 to win against the champions Jamaica. There were 30 odd for the loss of 3 wickets.
Could still work out to be an interesting match, Carlisle. Runs on the board are always runs on the board. And we've seen teams all over the world having crumbled from strong positions. Successful Leeward continues from the C.A. Paul Media South end and dropping a dolly of a catch.
Too easy.
Here was Ramnath pushing that one straight back to the bowler. A full toss. And again, the commentator's curse, I don't know. Just a few seconds ago, we were saying that I said that Ramnath has been batting sensibly. And on this occasion, as if trying to prove me wrong. And Roselle Leeward refusing to hold on to her ball and caught. That would have put Trinidad and Tobago at 52 for 3.
And 2 new batters at the crease.
Would that have brought Leewards back into the game? Perhaps. But we won't ever know now. Unless she picks up a wicket or wicket goes very soon after this. And it's always necessary, always critically important to keep on concentrating, especially when you're batting. Bad balls do get good wickets. A little uppishly to Jazara Claxton at backward point, but just dropping short before. The Leewards team will no doubt be encouraged by that. Always thinking once you're playing eerily, you could stand a good chance of being out caught.
Maiden over, 20 overs completed, 52 for the loss of 2. Trinidad and Tobago looking for 152 to win.
Might have well been a maiden wicket. But not holding on was Leeward to her own bowling. As a bowler, Carlisle, when you see another fielder putting down your catch, especially simple catch, you will be mad. But what is the feeling when you yourself do the same thing?
Madness still. Just that you are mad at your own self.
And the game plan seems to be clear here. If there's any chance for a run out, we're going to go to the end that Kirby is running to. Kirby, the much bigger of the two ladies.
Shot and cut straight to extra cover. Seems like Ramnath has lost a rhythm.
Indeed.
In the air, safely down to the field at mid-off. But she has apparently lost some of her rhythm. She's now 21 from 70.
And the last few shots have been somewhat eerie. The mid-on being pushed back to long on. Just the 2 runs from this over from Edwards. Kirby will be facing her last ball. That is Edwards' last ball of this over.
She has completed a 6th over and picked up 1 for 8, Amanda Edwards. The score at the end of 21, 54 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago.
It's going to be liable to continue from the media center end. I was speaking to Mr. Dennis Phillip, president of the St. Kitts Cricket Association. I interviewed him last night on the Ball Sports Show, and he indicated, Carlisle, that 3 African teams will be coming here to St. Kitts over the next few weeks for about a week and a half.
That's good. Always good to have teams visiting.
Sports tourism, a very big thing these days. We've enjoyed a bit of it here in St. Kitts and Nevis. St. Kitts Music Festival Committee. They will be launching the event come Friday. Everyone waiting anticipation for some of the names. Speaking to a gentleman last night, he said he liked to see breakaway brass.
Played 2 and through Tinetta McCoy, allowing a single again where they ought to have been none.
We've seen that happening a bit with the Leewards team. They seem to get in position early. I don't know if they're taking their eyes off the ball. Two other names that have been tooted around. Spectrum Band out of St. Thomas, USVI. And Nasir Fontaine from Dominica, the reggae singer.
Hit in the air, down to backward point, and it will cross the boundary for 4. Given some width, and she went at it, Leanne Kirby, and hit it with good power. Challenging run for Claxton going back from backward point, but it earned 4. Yes, there was the width, and it allowed her to free her arms and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
A diving effort. Claxton making, but unsuccessful.
Runs required and now 91. Rosa Leeward with the 4 off the last delivery. 7 runs in that over. She's now 1 for 13. Change of bowling from the far end. Bashkar will be coming into the attack with a right arm wrist spinners. It's in fact boys. Yes, it's boys. I'm so accustomed to Bashkar bowling. No, nobody at mid-on, and so she's ensuring that somebody goes to mid-on.
McCoy moving from a backward point position to fill the mid-on slot. And Boyce showing her dexterity. Opening bat, keeper, off spinner. One noticeable thing in this tournament, Carlisle, is the fact that all the teams have good depth when it comes to bowling.
I want to see the same depth in terms of batting.
And Cricket West Indies would like to as well. That's why they've offered 2 bonus points for the batting team getting to 200, first bonus point, and getting to 220, picking up a second bonus point. Who knows, they might just say at 250 we're going to give, instead of 1 bonus point, 2 bonus points. But the batters, we've seen them guilty throughout all the teams, getting good starts but not going on. We've had something like 3-4 90s so far.
Maiden over by Boyce, better known for her keeping. 23 overs are gone, and Trinidad and Tobago are 61 for 2. The Leewards made 151 batting first. And as we look around the region, we can tell you that the Jamaica women were bowled out for 72, and that the Guyana women, they are 64 for the loss of 3 in 14 overs and 2 balls. They have all of 44 overs to make the runs.
And one would say victory is imminent for the Guyanese.
Windward's women 233 for 9 against Barbados, and Barbados are 28 for the loss of 2 wickets. Let me click on the match center and look on the scoreboard and see who those wickets are. Holder and Cumberbatch, the batters out. Delivery played into the onside. They should have a couple of runs. And Ramnath will move to 26 and the score to 64 for 2. So 28 for the loss of Cumberbatch and Holder. Kaisia Knight is on 15 and Calendar is on 1.
Very good looking shot by Ramnath on that occasion. Punching through the covers. Only getting the single, but in control, looking good.
In the air, there's a fielder down here, but she will need a ladder to get to that. It's way over her head and over the long on boundary for 6.
Very powerfully struck by Kirby. She made no mistakes whatsoever. 71 for 2 after 23.4 overs. Run rate has been dropping. It's now at 3.00 runs per over. But that may not be of much significance, because Trinidad and Tobago, they need 81 runs from all of 158 balls.
Good single. It's turned into the onside to mid wicket. And so the score will move on to 72 for the loss of 2, Trinidad and Tobago. Kirby has gone on to 16 and Ramnath is on 27. 16 from 10 and 27 from 83.
Extremely patient knock by Ramnath. There's a Calypsonian here from St. Kitts, Carlisle, who would be able to describe Ramnath's batting. King Lala, I ain't in no hurry with you.
When we look at the scores from the male game from around the region, West Indies Academy are 173 for 3 against the Jamaica Scorpions. Windward Islands are 177 for 7 against the Red Force. Guyana Harpy Eagles are 122 for 2 against Barbados. And the combined campuses are 178 for 7 against the Leewards.
Lee was now employing a long on and a long off for Kirby. Just had a 60 previous over the long arm boundary. Boyce having a maiden her first over. She would want to continue that, but more so get a wicket here as well. And she's 3 balls away from achieving that this over. She has brought Kirby forward defensive, not giving her any room, not giving her any width. Another dot ball, being encouraged by her teammates, his boys. Perhaps not doing justice to that delivery. Cutting it straight into the fielder, 1 bounce at backward point.
Short and played into the offside to bring up the end of a second consecutive maiden over. And so half of the overs gone. And the score is Trinidad and Tobago 72 for the loss of 2 after 25 overs.
This is Cricket West Indies' Super 50 over championship for the females. Coming to you from St. Kitts, Leewards versus Trinidad and Tobago here at Warner Park. The Super 50 is being sponsored by CG United, Daffabet and Blue Waters. The final round of matches, which has seen Jamaica taking the title with 1 match to spare. And they're on the verge of losing their first and only match for this tournament, which will not matter to them, save and except for perhaps pride and statistics. They would have won the championship.
Leeward is bowling 2 wide now, 2 short and 2 wide, not asking any serious questions. Single, down to the fielder on the cover boundary. Score rolls over to 74 for 2. Ramnath, who is on 28, comes back to take strike. She has faced 85 deliveries for her 28. Wide delivery hit to the fielder on the at short fine leg, and a yard either side, and that would have been 4.
Yes, very good stop indeed. But going from a little wide of the off stump to down the leg side.
Two runs in the over so far, 2 deliveries left. End of over number 26, 2 runs from it, 74 for 2.
President Philip Carlyle said in the interview on the ball last night that they are currently discussing the hosting of a cool T20 competition
This one is edged. There is no slip, and it will run across the boundary for 4. 78 for 2.
And again, maximizing all parts of the bat. And President Philip indicated they're looking at 6 teams, 4 from St. Kitts, 2 from Nevis. And 2 or 3 regional players per team. Giving herself some room, going for a mighty heave and missing.
Again, edge down past the keeper, diving save, and they'll get 2 runs, but no slips in place. And so that was always going to be safe. 2 more runs to take the score on to 80.
Indeed. That would have been straight down the throat of a first slip. Which is now being put in.
Hit in the air. This one is high, hard, and handsome. And goes way over the boundary for 6 runs.
Kirby not making any mistake about that. Connecting and sending it over the boundary ropes.
86 for 2 in over number 27.
From the over so far. Another 2 balls remaining.
.27 overs completed. None for 13 is Boyce. And the Trinidad and Tobago are 87 for 2, looking for 151 runs made by the Leewards. So you add 1 more to that, the victory target of 152. They're going well, Trinidad and Tobago.
No pressure whatsoever.
Requiring 65 runs to win.
They came together when the score was 48 for 2 after 17.4 overs. They're now 1 run away from their 40-run partnership. A change in bowling at the media center end. It's Moses who's being brought back into the attack.
She's swinging lustily's Kirby and gets a single down towards cover, and she moves up to 31.
She has shown her intention, Kirby, in the last few overs. Perhaps seen enough of the bowlers, taking them on now.
Slow delivery, well played, and they'll get a single. Ramnath moves to 29 from 91.
She's closing in on her century, is Ramnath, in terms of the number of balls faced. Getting into position early was Kirby, waiting on it, playing it square on the offside, only picking up a single. 3 of them so far from the over. It seems like these two have spoken and are developing to be candidates for a run out. Yes, you want to keep the scoreboard ticking. Yes, you want to play positive cricket. And that's another wide. We've seen a few so far. Cheyenne Moses, 3.5 overs, 16 runs, yet to touch a pad, so to speak.
Single from the final delivery of the over to make it 91 for the loss of 2 after 28 overs.
And this Jazara Claxton will be reintroduced from the Lozak Road end. She will be coming right arm over. Five overs, none for 50. And for 15 they displayed, and starting off with a wide. They don't have too many runs to play with, Leewards. And you shouldn't be helping the Trinidad and Tobago cause. We haven't seen, I don't recall seeing a no ball. Going down the leg side is an appeal. The umpire is not quite interested. Bad piece of feeling there.
From a senior pro, that's Shawnisa Hector. There was never a run in that. And she just fumbled it for the fielder coming from the cover boundary to tidy up. Guyana have secured victory over the champions Jamaica, winning by 5 wickets.
Easy work for the Guyanese. We say congratulations to them. That pushes them up to second place for the time being. Maybe temporary, maybe permanent, depending on the outcome with Barbados and Windies. Third man and a fine leg being pushed back. Zara Claxton in search of her first wicket for this match.
Bowling for the most part, Troy, has been far too short. You're not going to ask any serious questions and get wickets with this type of bowling.
Of course not. And the Trinidad and Tobago batters, they have been batting with a great degree of confidence. Yes, they have had some loose moments, but for the greater part, they've remained focused.
97 for 2 after 29. $55 more runs for victory for Trinidad and Tobago.
Young Ramnath, 32 from 97 balls. Kirby, 35 from 28. And actually, Carlisle, their 50 partnership is up.
Another short delivery, stayed down to third man for a single. Score goes to 99 for 2. Good save by McCoy at mid-wicket.
The last wicket going at 48 for 2 after 17.4 overs. That was around 223.
Powerfully driven down the ground. Once that had gone past the bowler, it was always going to be 4. And so the 100 comes up for Trinidad and Tobago. As you look at the replay once again, powerfully driven. And too well placed and too powerful for the fielder at mid-off to make any ground getting around to that. 103 for 2. And so you're now below 50 runs required by Trinidad and Tobago for victory.
And that should psychologically make the task a little easier.
Flashed into the offside. And there's a fielder down protecting the boundary. They'll have a single. Kirby goes to 40. It's 104 for 2.
Thinking of a half century now is Kirby as well as perhaps Ramnath. And Kirby has raised to 40 from 31 balls.
Driven and sliced down to third. Fielder comes off the boundary. Another important run, 105 for 2. 30 overs completed, 20 overs to get the other required 47 runs.
"47 runs in all of 120 balls. There will be dot balls in there, and there may very well be some wides.
And boundaries.
Indeed. Trinidad and Tobago still have Brittany Cooper to come. The captain. No doubt she'll be fancying not really batting, hoping these two can cross the line, take it home, give Trinidad and Tobago their first points of the season. Having a little fun out there, the Leeward Island players. That looks like Leeward. Short is Claxton. Punching into the covers is Ramnad. Rocketing the ball back. Is that skipper Edwards?
Yes, it is.
And the keeper diving to prevent any overthrows. Into her 7th over is Claxton, conceding just 20 runs. Not picking up a wicket as yet.
That hit would have been run out, but it was off by yards.
And that's, in a sense, a little replay with a minor adjustments of what happened previously. Ball punched to cover, picking up, rocketing it back, but not the best of throws. Oh, lively slow one was that.
Hit for 6.
And Kirby picking it up and striking it over the long on boundary.
Her 3rd 6 of the inning. And means that we are racing towards the 152 which are required. 112 for 2, 40 runs away are Trinidad and Tobago from securing victory and moving themselves from the bottom of the table. Leewards having batted poorly today, reaching 151. And 7 runs in that over. Claxton now none for 27 from 7. Kirby has moved on to 46 from 32. And Ramnath, who opened the batting, is on 35 from 104.
Within touching distance of her half century is Kirby. And no doubt she like to pull Ramnath along as well.
Hector is back into the attack. And she's throwing at the stumps. Is the keeper. Ball deflected from the stumps into the onside. There never was going to be a chance of getting Ramnath out because she was safely anchored in her crease. And so the throw just resulted in a bye.
But more so, Carlisle, the field has not been alert enough because the keeper running from all her way back behind the stumps to a mid-wicketish position, picking up the ball. And there was a fielder just about mid-on. Hector being encouraged by her teammates. And this is the most time for the day, the first time for the day we've seen so much sky. Most of the heavy thick set clouds drifting westerly. Drifting towards the Sandy Point region. The sun is out in all its brilliance. Lovely shot indeed. Kirby, but only picking up a single. As the sweeper protecting the boundary runs around to her left. Slow ball is Hector. Pulling Ramnath forward. But there is no run. Moses being moved from actually going to field the ball. Just the three fielders on the other side. Fine leg on the boundary. A mid-wicket about 3/4 of the way to the boundary and a mid-on.
32 overs completed. 38 runs required by Trinidad and Tobago to secure victory and move themselves off of the cellar position. Means that they would confine the Leewards to last place in this year's competition. Leewards against Barbados, played here at Warner Park, secured 2 bonus points, made 255 and were unable to defend it. Batted not so well today and made 151 runs, and Trinidad and Tobago are making light work of that.
Skipper Edwards reintroducing herself. 6 overs, 1 for 8. Very short was that one. Cracked into the cover. Only getting a single was Kirby. She goes to 48. wide. $115, $114 actually for two. Nice looking drive is Ramnat, but not beating the fielder at extra cover. Ramnat not timing that one well.
Excellent fielding there by Jazara Claxton. Throwing herself to her right and stopping what certainly would have been 4 runs.
And had Ramnat scrabbling to get back to her crease.
Drinks break, 116 for 2. And a couple of things even as we go to break. Ramnath seems to be getting a little flustered. But this is where the senior player in Kirby should come into play. And she should calm the youngster down and say, listen, Trinidad and Tobago showed good faith in sending you to open the batting at your tender age.
Exactly.
You have been there for 111 balls. This will count towards your experience for future games. This is not necessarily about today, because Trinidad and Tobago should win comfortably. What they want the youngster to do is to find her feet at the crease, learn the craft of batting, learn to be patient, learn to bat for long, learn to bat in partnerships. So the 111 balls will be useful, not for today's game, not looking back and saying that she only scored 30 whatever from those 111.
Exactly.
In the future, it will serve her in good stead.
Indeed. And it's all about occupying the crease and being there from the word go. Facing the quickies, as it were, and still coming on and facing the spinners and staying there. Exercising patience. And you're most correct. Kirby should be telling her, hey, they will bowl maiden overs, they will bowl dot balls. But the important thing is you're still here in the crease, you're not back in the pavilion. And once you're in the pavilion, you can't make any runs.
She's 35 from 105 balls. But trust me, this is going to be important for her in the future. 116 for 2 after the water break. Play resumes with Shawnisha Hector, who is in a 6th over, none for 13 before this. Driving firmly out caught. Kirby on 48 got a delivery from Hector, which was back pitched just a little bit and drove it straight down to the fielder there at mid-off. That looks to be Davia Saxena. And so Trinidad and Tobago losing their 3rd wicket. Kirby out caught for 48, and it's 116 for 3. Good partnership between these two. Shanice Pascal is the new batter. And is facing up to Shawnisha Hector, who has picked up a 1st wicket of this game. Short and wide, well wide of the off stump and called wide. So Trinidad and Tobago now require 35 to win.
And yet we are seeing it, Carlisle. Batters getting close, but not crossing. Not crossing over. Kirby would have done all the hard work.
Short delivery, which is left alone by Pascal. Sponsorship logo of City United and Dafabet at the top of your screen.
And when we were saying that the senior partner, Kirby, needed to be talking to Ramnath about patience and staying, Kirby would have needed some talking to on that occasion.
End of the over, 34 completed. Trinidad and Tobago women 117 for the loss of 3. Require another 35 runs in 96 deliveries.
How this game was developing, especially when the Leewards were batting, no one would have thought, Carlisle, that after 3, cricket would have been played in Warner Park. Leewards losing wickets at frequently. Came back strong. think we haven't heard the start of Ramnath as yet, Carlisle.
Out, LBW is Ramnath. Getting into her wicket and looking to turn this leg side. Struck on the pad, the appeal went up and the umpire said yes, that's out. And so Amanda Edwards has struck in consecutive overs. And Trinidad and Tobago are now 117 for 4. Hitting line, that's fair.
Very good decision by the umpire.
Made easy.
LBW 101.
She had played a good hand, and as I indicated in the previous over, should be a good learning experience for her. And somebody just needed to tell her, listen, just see it out to the end, just stay batting, and you'll be okay.
And it's very likely had she batted to the end, she would have made her 50. But it shows she has very good temperament, the appetite for batting long, Carlisle. And I don't believe by any widest stretch of the imagination we've seen the last of young Ramnath.
New batter is Brittany Cooper.
She probably was hoping that she didn't have to bat. But she's here now. And Leewards may very well be thinking, were they to pick up a wicket or two here, they may very well be brought back into the game. We've always heard the adage, runs on the board are runs on the board.
What you don't want is for, if you're Trinidad and Tobago, to panic. They've lost 2 wickets, 2 fresh batters at the crease, but you want them to remain calm.
And that should be the case, especially with the extremely experienced Brittany Cooper.
Easel single, and Cooper gets off the mark. Score is 118 for 4.
Still an easy game for Trinidad and Tobago. 34 runs to get in 91 balls.
Wide, so make that 33.
And they will be helped by wides, as we've been seeing.
Another successful over completed, 2 runs and a wicket in it. And after 35 overs, Trinidad and Tobago are 119 for 4. Require 152 runs to win. 33 required.
When Leewards was batting, they lost their 4th wicket at 57 in the 13.6, after 13.6 over at the end of the 14th over. That seemed like forever ago. Hector is in search of her 2nd wicket during her 7th over. Give it up 14 runs so far. walked off the hip, trying to walk it off the hip, not connecting, picking up a leg by nonetheless. After this game, there will be a rest for the next few days. And then the T20 blaze will be blazing its way.
Short delivery, badly lined, that will go for 4 down to fine leg. Just helped around the corner by Pascal as she gets off the mark.
The CG United Super 50 Cup Award will be happening on Friday, March 15th. The T20 Blaze started on Sunday 17th. All matches will be played here at Warner Park, 3 matches per day. Leeward Islands versus Barbados at 10 a.m. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana at 2:30 p.m. and Jamaica versus Windwards at 7 p.m. Very short ball, tipping on the batter.
Must have touched something because it wasn't called a signal, then it was leg side.
Probably some connection, somewhere there. And getting a bit of glove perhaps.
Short again, just a single this time because the fielder is back on the fine leg boundary. Don't know exactly what Hector is looking for, because if that is hit properly, it will go to square and will go to the unprotected boundary for 4. 36 completed, 125 for 4, 27 runs required for victory.
I agree with you, Carlisle. Don't know if she's trying to dig it in, and if so, it seems way too short.
Quick single, not picked up by Saxena, and it is thrown. No, the bowler wasn't looking, backup was in place, but the bowler wasn't looking at all. And luckily it hit her, and so just a run. 126 for 4. Brittany Cooper is on 1, Pascal is on 6. Another run as this one goes down to the fielder coming from off the mid-wicket boundary. Score goes on to 127 for 4.
Inching their way towards the target of 150 to Trinidad and Tobago.
Driving, missing, and it lobs away into the offside. I think it probably came from the inner portion of the bat, but she had her head in the air, driving at this delivery. Poorly lined, down the leg side, another extra.
They are coming frequently, the extras.
24 required now.
Jamaica. They have walked away with the 20,000 US dollars cash prize for the winner. The 10,000 for the runner-up. That's still in the balance. Guyana, Barbados.
"37 overs completed, 129 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago need another 23 runs to win. West Indies Cricket Academy against the Jamaica Scorpions, 221 for 4. The Academy batting. Windwards all out for 191 against Trinidad and Tobago. Guyana Happy Eagles are 143 for 2 against Barbados. Combined Colleges are staging a recovery. They are 198 for 7 against the Hurricanes. Barbados women are 99 for 4, searching for 234 for victory. Kaisia Knight, another half century. She went for 64. Kishona Knight is not out on 9. Calendar not out on 4. 99 for 4. Looking for 234 to win. Guyana have gone on to 17 points. So Barbados need to win to get to 18 points at least to secure the runner-up slot. Full delivery from Cheyenne Moses and driven down to mid-off. 129 for 4. Halfway through over number 38. Trinidad and Tobago require 23 runs. All of 75 balls.
Guyana, they have done their part. There isn't anything they can do now to determine the second place. They have already done what they needed to do. So it's up to Barbados versus Windwards. And by virtue of the Windwards,
Quick single. If it hit, she would have been in some trouble, but it didn't hit. And again, it's the alert and athletic Jazara Claxton. Single though, 130 for 4, 22 more runs required. Brittany Cooper is on strike, facing Cheyenne Moses. Played into the offside. They'll get at least a couple, as the fielder at third has to come chasing across to her right. And so Cooper moves on to 4. And it's 132 for the loss of 4 after 38. So 12 overs to get 20 runs, Trinidad.
Easy pickings on any day of the week. A song rushes to mind. Ain't no stopping us now. Perhaps the Trinidadian singing that. "20 runs, 72 balls."
At a required run rate of 1.67.
5 overs from now, Carlisle. Would we be here still?
Changing the bowling, and it's Rennie's boy starting with a wide. So your Boyce is in her 4th over. Captain deciding to go with spin, turned around the corner. They'll have a single. Score goes to 134 for the loss of 4. But you look at this setup here, and you have to ask the question, what's the value of Tinetta McCoy to the side?
I wondered that a few overs ago.
She batted late, didn't put anything on the board to write home about, and hasn't bowled an over. Second wide delivery in the over. So 135 for 4. Then, Sanelda Willett has not bowled.
Interesting indeed.
Delivery which is swung down backward to square. Leeward is on the boundary. They'll get a single. 137.
And Boyce.
136 for 4.
Boyce, more known as a keeper. She has sent down 3 overs and into her 4th.
See, these are the things that the management and the coaching staff will have to take a look at. Driven into the offside, and there is Willett running past it and then having to run back. They'll have a couple, and score will move on to 138 for the loss of 4, so within touching distance. 14 runs required by Trinidad and Tobago. And that's 14 in 68 deliveries. Here is Boyce, wide, called and signaled. And so it's now 139 for 4, 13 runs needed. So you have to wonder, because the players must bring value. Turned around the corner, quick single, and they'll get it easily. Martin bowled in the previous game, has not bowled in this game. So, and she batted way
About
late in
8.
the order.
About
So
8, I think it was.
So you can't tell me she batted at number 8 as a batter. Yes, she did get a good score, but her position in the batting order does not suggest that she was playing as a batter. But she has not bowled. Willett has not bowled. McCoy has not bowled. And we have seen Boyce, who normally plays as a keeper, we have seen her bowl. She has now bowled 4 overs, none for 21.
Very interesting assessment, Carlisle. Claxton has bowled. Moses has bowled. Captain Amanda. Hector. Boyce 5.
Wide delivery, 141 for 4. You see, when you select your playing 11, you have to ask the question, who will get some runs for us? Who do we expect to get some runs for us? And who are going to bowl the 50 overs for us? Who are going to get some wickets for us?
Exactly.
Who will restrict the runs for us? Trinidad and Tobago are 11 runs away from victory.
No doubt the technical staff would ask Captain Edwards, what was the thinking, what was the rationale using the bowlers this way and not using this set of bowlers?
And every game is different. 255 in the last game against the defending champions Barbados does not guarantee that you will get those runs against the bottom place team.
Exactly.
And today is evidence of that.
Indeed.
Another single, the score moves on to 142 for 4. We're in the 40th over. Leewards made 151.
And by the looks of it, unsuccessfully defending it up to this point. Four runs going through the keeper. Just a little to her right, eluding the diving outstretched arm. Had that stuck, it would have given the Leewards quite a bit of hope. But 6 runs now to get in 63 balls. The fat lady, as it is said, I don't know why they say the fat lady, but it's the fat lady. She's a few steps from the podium. She has commenced clearing her throat.
I think she's dancing. It's 147 for 4. Partnership is 30.
Persons may have expected this to have been a shorter day. They're going to get 2 for the misfield by Jazara.
Was an easy single, was always going to be 1. They ended up with 2 from the misfield. 149 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago need another 3 runs for victory.
Perhaps the young Jazara saying, well, hey, it's over anyway.
Run rate required. I think even Troy Mills can get that. It's 0.29 runs.
1 delivery left in this over from Moses. Will they get the 3 required runs?
9 runs already conceded in the over.
Cooper trying to finish it with that ball, but she'll have to wait until the other over. She only picked up a single. 150 for 4 now. Trinidad and Tobago needing just 2 runs. Have them been able to, Trinidad and Tobago, to push the Leeward Islands down in the cellar? Leeward Islands getting 2 points from their bonus points, batting points, by virtue of scoring in excess of 200 for the first point, in excess of 220 for the second point.
Scores a level.
Just the 1 run to get. And nearly bowling down Rascal Deer was Edwards. Perhaps the last over of this match. Three balls left, 1 run to get for victory. Beat by leg by wide run, no ball. And she's given out. It's Pascal out, run out. That is absolute madness, Carlisle. All of the afternoon to get just the 1 run. and taking off down the track, not being able to make it back, being sent back by Brittany Cooper. Pascal 13 for 27. 151 for 5.
Probably just wanted to create some excitement. The game is more or less done. The scores are level, 151 for the loss of 5 wickets. Need 1 run in 57 balls.
There was no need for that. But all the clock, we did say that they were showing signs of wanting to have a run out, Trinidad and Tobago. Amanda Edwards, 9.4 overs, 17 runs, 2 wickets. Brittany Cooper, captain, 13 from 14 balls. Left-handed Celine O'Neill will be facing there's a loud appeal and she's going to be out. She's given out. LBW.
Did it pitch in line? Pitching outside the leg stump, it looks like. Let's look at that again.
1 ball, Celine O'Neill.
Pitching outside the line of the leg stump, and that should not today, tomorrow, nor next week be given out, LBW.
And Leewards would probably be thinking if they had another 25, 30 runs, they could have won it. But that's not today. That'll be tomorrow. 151 for 5, 151 for 6. And O'Neill getting just the 1 ball. Not troubling the scorers per se, except to enter the bowler's name. Karishma Ramharak, another left-hander. She's at the crease with her skipper Brittany Cooper.
End of the over, 2 wickets in it. Scores are level, 151 for 6 Trinidad and Tobago. 41 overs have been completed, and they require 1 run from 9 overs.
It seems as if Hector will be trying to perhaps come out with a tie in this match. She has a lot of work to do. Possible. Not certain how practical. It won't surprise me if the one come by way of a wide. And the Leewards to now have a tight, close-knit circle. Everybody within the 30-yard circle. Short third man, backward point. Cover extra cover, mid-off, mid-on.
That's it. That's a winning run. Wide delivery by Hector. And so Trinidad and Tobago have won. It's 152 for the loss of 6.
I did say, Carla, it wouldn't surprise me if the match ended with a wide, because we've seen quite a few wides being bowled. But congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago. Tough luck to the Leeward Islands. Perhaps yesterday, Monday, grabbing defeat from the jaws of victory, not being able to defend 255, and it was unlikely they would have been able to defend 151, and they were not able to. So Trinidad and Tobago, they will be 5th in the competition. Leeward Islands, they are 6th.
You're saying it kindly, 6th and last. Yeah, let's very quickly look at the game. Leewards won the toss and decided to bat and put in a very indisciplined batting display here at One Park. We kept telling you that the teams that won the toss and batted first exceeded 200. Didn't happen this time around because the Leewards gifted wickets away to Trinidad. Saxena caught at the wicket of Isaac for no score. Covering the stumps, flirting at a wide delivery, getting caught at the wicket. Bashkar looking to run one down to third man was out bowled. Hector ran down the pitch and was out stumped. Edwards picked out the fielder down at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Claxton left the delivery, was out of a crease, batting out of a crease, didn't make any attempt to get back and was out stumped. Willett bowled, McCoy bowled, Moses bowled, Bice caught at the wicket of Ramnath for 48. Martin played a good hand for 39, but the only people who really stood up and batted for the Leewards in this game were Boyce, who made 48 and showed good discipline through the middle of the inning, and Martin, who made 39. Leewards all out for 151. Isaac 3 for 33. Sugrim 2 for 15 and Ramnath 2 for 22. When Trinidad and Tobago replied, they got a good start, 43 for 1, then lost the second wicket at 48. Hector picked up the wicket of Kirby, who came in and swung lustily, batted well for her 48. Edwards saw the wicket also of Ramnath, who made 35. Young Ramnath batted well for her 35 runs, and so Trinidad and Tobago getting home for the loss of 6 wickets. And that 152 for the loss of 6 wickets gave them victory, pulled them off the bottom of the table onto 5th place. And for the Leewards, Edwards 3 for 17. And so victory to Trinidad and Tobago. Troy, one thing I can say to you, though, is that the umpiring in this tournament continues to be less than the required standard that we want to see from the umpires. And so, Troy, your assessment of the game?
It was a game that Leewards went into with 2 points, and victory would have meant that they would have been in 5th, and Trinidad would have come away in the 6th position. Trinidad and Tobago, they've basically broken what we have seen so far. The Leeward Island skipper Amanda calling correct all 5 times for these matches. However, for 4 matches, all the teams winning the toss, batting made over 200 runs. That was not to be today. And the Leewards being out for 151, and the Trinidad and Tobago approaching it in a comfortable manner initially, and then we saw some wickets falling, perhaps giving the Leeward Islands some hope, and then Trinidad and Tobago taking it home. And I think one of the positive things for me was Trinidad and Tobago allowing the young teenager Ramnath to open the batting, and she showed a temperament of wanting to steady her. Perhaps inexperienced, I would know, but she wasn't as mentally tough as I thought she ought to have been, and perhaps with a little more guiding, a little more coach from the senior players there might have done her a lot well indeed. But that wasn't the case, and we see and Tobago winning their only match of the tournament, and that means the Leeward Islands would have lost all 5 matches, and they secured the bottom spot as they would have done last year. But the Leewards, a very young team, young in terms of how many years they've been competing in this competition. They're putting together a team for the last few years, and that's a very good thing. That is a positive. So no doubt we'll be seeing them continue and working towards that, getting more and more players. As the president of the St. Kitts Cricket Association, Mr. Dennis Phillips, said on the program On the Ball last night when I interviewed him, that they're concentrating on female cricket. So we expect to see that happening. And with Leewards developing that female cricket product, we should see positive things for the Leewards in years to come.
Just one quick note, Jacqueline Williams, umpire Jacqueline Williams, will leave the tournament tomorrow. She has been appointed as a neutral umpire in the South Africa-Sri Lanka series in South Africa. And so she leaves the tournament tomorrow and moves on to South Africa for that tournament.
And we wish you well, Carlisle.
Absolutely. And so that's it from our end of the Super 50. We can tell you that the news is that Jamaica secured victory, even though they lost their game today, because they were so far out front in terms of points. So the Leewards losing to Trinidad and Tobago by 4 wickets. When next we are back with you, it will be in different competition. It will be the 2020 Blaze.
T20 Blaze.
And we'll be with you from Warner Park. 3 matches per day. We expect to see better crowds because the first match starts at 2:30?
10
at 10 o'clock in the morning, first game, and the final game will be an evening game starting at 7 o'clock. So no excuses.
Yeah, definitely. And Leeward Islands, they'll be coming up against Barbados at 10 a.m., Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana at 2:30 p.m., and Jamaica versus Windward Islands at 7 p.m. And we remind you, Guyana, Barbados, they are the defending champions. They won both versions last year, but losing 2 key players in the captain, Haley Matthews, as well as Shakira Selman, 2 very experienced players, and they would have lost the championship as well. But a lot of cricket left to come. There are going to be 5 playing days, Sunday the 17th, Tuesday the 19th, Thursday the 21st, Saturday the 23rd, and Monday, March 25th, the last round of the T20 Blaze. And before we leave, we have to, of course, thank CG United, Dafabet, and Blue Waters for sponsoring this tournament. We've seen Jamaica walking away with the 20,000 US, and we'll have to wait and see who would go away with the 10,000 US for the runners-up position, Carlisle. And it was indeed a privilege and a pleasure to be giving commentary with yourself and Shakira Selman as well, who is in Connery for this round of matches.
Only thing left for me to do is to say thank you very much to Dylan, our producer, and to our cameraman for doing some fantastic work, to the ground authorities here in Warner Park, as well as all the ancillary people, including the cooks and so on.
And
thank you very much, and we'll be back with you on Sunday.